Okay, I'm here. Hello. Bit of a funky track we've got going on, huh? Also, why does it seem like it's louder than me? Actually, is it? Maybe I need to turn it down a little bit more. Does that work? Yeah, it does. Okay, I can deal with that. Anyway, hi everybody. We're now in March. And also, daylight savings time happened today. I'm not gonna lie, that fucked me up because, it's not as if I didn't remember. I remembered. I didn't forget. But it always gets to me whenever, like, the clock says it's like 1:58, 1:59, and then all of a sudden it jumps to like 3 a.m. and I'm like, huh? But, yeah, I ended up, yeah, like, I had to stay up, like, an hour later than usual because it's, like, my internal clock is telling me, like, oh, it's only, like, what? It's only, like 4:30, right? And then the external clock is like, no, it's 5:30, bitch. And then I had to, so it's like, I stayed up an hour later, and then I woke up an hour earlier, because once again, the internal clock is like, oh, it's like 1 o'clock, 1:30, or something, but the external clock is like, no, it's 2 o'clock, 2:30, and I'm like, god damn it, I gotta get up early. Hopefully today's the only time that happens. At least until daylight savings once again hits, where we have 2 1 a.m.s and 1 2 a.m. Excuse me. Oh my gosh, I got something in my eye. But, I will say, it's been getting warmer recently. I think it was like last week? Yeah, last week, where, the weather started getting nicer again. Like, it's still not up to, like, spring weather, but it's getting close. And because of that, I feel like my mood has just been uplifted. My PC is screaming. But as I've said before, winter always tends to kind of like make my mood plummet to where I'm a lot more irritable and less tolerable of things. So the fact that it's getting warmer out, it's like, yay! I don't have to deal with, like, being mad at people anymore than usual. Ugh. But, yeah, I can't wait for it to start getting warmer again, and you're gonna be hearing me shift in my chair a lot, because my chair is made of leather, and when it gets warm, obviously, I'm not wearing pants, I'm wearing shorts, and my skin tends to stick to the chair. And I have to make sure I move around a lot, so, you know, I'm not, like, peeling myself off. Oh yeah, I will say, because y'all know me, I do check my analytics every time I go to make a waiting room, just because I want to see, like, how well, you know, things are going, and y'all, I don't know if it's my lurkers, I hope it's not bots, I hope it's not, because I'm not a view botter, like, I don't have the money to do that anyway, but even then, it's like, nah, I want shit to be genuine. I don't know if it's my lurkers, or if it's people who, like, don't, you know, who are subscribed to me, but don't come to the streams on time. I don't know who it is, but y'all are watching my stuff! You know, to the point that I noticed there was a pretty big uptick in views, I think on Friday, actually, which was interesting. But, you know, I just wanted to say thank you for that. I appreciate it. It's always fun. It's always fun to see that, especially because a large uptick of the views was for Katawa Shoujo, and I'm like, huh, why is that? Considering how old Katawa Shoujo is, like, it's over 10 years old. at this point. Like, it was released in 2013, so it's been like 13 years. You know? So I don't, you know, and I would argue that Katawa Shoujo is like, not retro, but it's definitely not as innovative, quote unquote, as visual novels way past its prime have been. But still, I do appreciate the views. I do appreciate you watching and enjoying yourselves. That's great. You know, especially because I have been feeling like, you know, every time I do a Katawa Shoujo stream, I kind of feel like all I really do is like read out the narration, voice act the characters, and not really input my own commentary unless it's on things that are important, right? But I don't know, maybe some, you know, but then again, some people just like that. They like, you know, someone reading to them stuff. I mean, why do you think audiobooks are such a thing? But, yeah, so, you know, so for anybody who's here who might have done that, thank you. I hope you continue to do that because I like it. Anyway, we are now, almost 13 minutes into the stream. I think now we start wrapping up the pre-stream here, and then we can move on to the actual game. So, we're gonna say goodbye to Firefox for now. We'll see. God, my PC is fucking screaming right now. But, we're gonna say goodbye to Firefox. We'll see it again in a couple of hours when we have to go on intermission. Come on, chat. There we are. Oh god, I almost accidentally clicked on Clannad instead. I'm like, no! Because I do have, like, the game shortcuts on my desktop, on my, you know, on my home screen. And the thing is that Katawa Shoujo and Clannad are right next to each other. And I almost clicked on Clannad by accident. I don't even know if I could pull up Clannad without immediately getting copyright claimed. Because, you know, I think Clannad is, I don't know if it's infamous, but it's definitely, but I definitely know that, you know, because a lot of the soundtrack from the game is used in the anime, is used in the anime. Oh, okay. Shush. Okay, that was scary. I don't know if y'all could hear that. That was a car driving by, and I was like, is that thunder? I literally checked the weather before I went live. It's not supposed to rain. Okay. But yeah, as I was saying, like, I know a lot of the soundtrack for Clannad from the game is used in the anime, so it's like, you know, it's a little tricky, especially with how Japan handles fair use, i.e. not at all, so... Anyway. So, last time on Katawa Shoujo, by the way, it occurred to me last time that, oh yeah, we're on part 13. Unlucky. But, anyway, we did finish off Act 2 of Rin's, and we started on Act 3, and a lot has happened. A lot has happened since then. Hisao has finally managed to, at least for now, overcome his depression regarding his disability, and is now resolved to moving forward in life. Meanwhile, Rin has decided to take the plunge and have her art presented in and exhibited in an art gallery. I don't think that sentence makes sense, but you get what I mean. But the gist is there. And since then, she meets up with the gallery owner named Sai, who turns out to be a friend of Nomiya's, our art teacher / club leader? I don't know what the official title is. And since then, Rin has moved into Sai's atelier, as they call it, and seems like things are not going so well. Mainly because it seems as if Rin has seemingly lost her spark, her I don't know if I would say will, but, her creative drive. It sounds as if she's going through a artist block or a creative block. And, quite literally, I still can't get over this. Oh, that's the gallery. Damn it, I always forget it's this. I mean, quite literally, we had a scene called Self-Destruction. I mean, granted, what happens in that is, we just end up smoking a few cigarettes between us for, a few hours. But, the last thing that happened before we ended was that Rin asked us to not come by the atelier for a little bit, in the hopes that maybe without us distracting her, it will reignite that spark of creativity. Oh, that reminds me, earlier on, we actually had Hisao confess to Rin that he likes her, romantically, and her reaction's definitely a little bit oof-coded, because while I would argue she didn't reject us outright, she didn't say, oh, I don't feel the same way towards you, it still definitely carried that whole, I don't want to talk about that right now, and Hisao's okay. But regardless, if I am correct, I know for a fact that we're definitely going to be having our first sex scene with Rin coming up soon. I don't know when, but it's definitely going to be there, and I'm going to have to censor it. And I will say, I remember this particular sex scene being very ooh, this is a little bit, this is not how a lot of the other sex scenes are with the other girls, We'll get to it when we get to it, but you'll see what I mean when we get there. But, I don't imagine, because I wish I could remember when Act 3 ended and Act 4 began. Let me see. I mean, because again, we don't have that many scenes left. I mean, keep in mind that obviously some of these are going to be, neutral endings and bad endings and such. Actually, I'm trying to remember. Because, yeah, Rin, I know, has both a neutral and a bad ending. Yeah, I mean, well, actually, all the girls have them. I think it's more so, I keep thinking about the choices that lead to said endings, and that's what gets me confused. Because, yeah, every girl has one bad ending, one neutral ending, and then one good ending. They have 3 endings in total. But I tend to get confused with the choices that lead to said endings, especially because when you think about Emmy, for example, where it's oh, she had a couple choices. She had one choice where it's oh, depending on it, you could get an additional scene, and I didn't end up doing that, but you get what I mean. Anyway, 6.5 hours. 6.5 hours. Emmy's is still at 8.5. Shizune is at 12.5. So we're definitely at the half. So we're closing in on Emmy's length, and we're halfway through Shizune's length. Let's see how long we can get into Rin's length. Speaking of which, I do have my water. I've been doing good in remembering to get it before, I come put the mic on. So let me just take a sip real quick. Turn down the volume. Get chat up on the top window. And let's get started. I hold true to my promise of honoring Rin's request, even if it's against my own will. I try to redirect my focus into my studies, but end up zoning out during classes and doing only the minimum amount of work required. Still, I start looking into my post-high school options a bit more seriously. I pore over university brochures and various career paths. I'm good at studying, so I want to go to a university. I'm pretty sure I could get into a pretty decent one, too. The only problem is deciding which subject would be the best. Kenji ridicules me about subjecting myself to the control of feminist... Oh, God. Kenji ridicules me about subjecting myself to the control of feminist teachers when I tell him about trying to get into a university. I don't ask him about what he wants to do in the future. Probably some whack job shit. I wonder what Rin thinks of her own future. I bet she's not as lost as I am. And if she is, it's probably in some completely different way. I feel somewhat disappointed in finding out that I can't stop thinking about her. Her request makes me worry about her and think about her, more than I did when I could go and see her when I wanted. It bothers me that I can't. As expected, I eventually crack. I was gonna say, it's like, I mean, what's the scene gonna be about? You know, turn down a little bit more. Late one afternoon, I get on the bus heading downtown. I try to avoid explaining to myself exactly why I'm doing this, and keep thinking about other things for the entire duration of the trip. After a 5-minute walk, I'm standing in front of the gallery. I walk past it to the door of the atelier, but at the last moment, I lose my courage and continue on all the way to the next corner, at which point I turn back. Will Rin hate me if I go and see her? I wonder what she's like when she's angry. I've never seen her angry. The worst thing would be if I actually ruined something by going to see her, like she seemed to imply would happen. But there's no way that can be true, can there? It's just one of her quirks. I walk back down the street and end up passing the atelier door for the second time. Oh, hi. Only this time, as I continue all the way to the gallery, its owner is standing just outside the door, watching me. I thought that was you. What are you doing? I really don't want to explain the circumstances between Rin and me, so I get flustered and end up mumbling something unclear. She takes stock of me and then sighs deeply, looking wryly amused somehow. I hope she didn't misunderstand. Would you like to come in? Your teacher's visiting. We were discussing Rin's exhibition. Thanks for the invitation, but I really should. Don't be shy now. Come on in. Hi, fuckface! I follow Sai inside, finding that our art teacher indeed is there. Finding that our art teacher is indeed there. Like, that's weird. Nomiya's standing at the big desk, contemplating what looks like an invitation card. Look what the cat dragged in. Nakai! Hello there, my boy! He doesn't seem to be at all fazed by my appearance. How do you like the invitations? Huh. I glance at them quickly. They're kind of fancy, with one of Rin's paintings printed on the front cover in shiny gold writing. They look fine to me. I wonder what this says. I mean, I recognize this kanji, but I don't know. It's currently failing me where I, like, what that could be read as. But I don't know these other two. They're magnificent! I absolutely love the design! And the embossed gold lettering? Fabulous! I've also forgotten the voices, by the way. Man, you would think that's just been a little over a week since I last streamed this, but I've just completely forgotten the voices. Good print work, too. You have to tell me where you get these done. What does Rin think? I haven't asked. She said she'd be fine with my decision anyway. Nomiya laughs boisterously, still turning the gold-lettered card in his hands. That's my girl! She wants to focus on the essentials only. Good for her! To be fair, I mean, I still think she deserves an input on this. I mean, it's her exhibition. Her work is progressing well, too. It seems she's found new inspiration. I think she's been sort of weird lately. It's like she's wrestling with something. With herself, probably. And it makes her confused. She said she had a hard time painting the last time I saw her. It seems to be resolved now, however. You know she practically lives up there now, right? Oh, yeah, because I know I said that Rin basically moved into the atelier. The thing is, Sai said she couldn't do that. Like, basically, you're not allowed to live up there. Probably, I forget the reason, but I think it's probably because it's like, it's technically not inhabitable. Like, it doesn't fit the code for, like, you can't have like, basically, Rin's a squatter. Sai makes a simple gesture with her hand, as if sweeping my question aside. Sure. I guess it's not a problem. Don't you think that's weird? Maybe it is. Still, I think she understands how big an opportunity this is, and is going for it full throttle. Is it really that big? Nomiya sets the card down and brushes some imaginary dust off his jacket. Well, how should I put it? There are times in everyone's lives where something really big washes over you and changes you forever. Oh, don't I fucking know it. This could be just that moment for Tezuka. I see. Yeah, I think I've had something like that happen to me. You know, the incident that caused me to meet Rin in the first place. You know, the whole, like, almost dying incident. I didn't need you to remind me! I'm referring to the incident that brought me to Yamaku. Neither of the two adults comments on that, however. Hello, welcome to the stream. Hope you have a nice time. We're just starting, actually, so you're in for, so if you decide to stay, you're in for a good time. It might well be that everyone has, or will. At any rate, surrendering oneself to art is a big decision, and a thorny path, too. Quite thorny indeed. Okay, yes, you don't need to spam. Please don't do that. I am old enough to be an adult. I have been for over a decade at this point. Okay. Tezuka has almost everything one needs, but whether she has the will to pull through, that's a different question. I should know that best. I tried going down this path too, but turned away in the end. I'm 28. I am 28. As I said. Okay, I'm gonna have to lay something down here. Maybe you're just curious, so I'm not going to be too harsh. But I think you're being a little bit invasive. And now you're starting to be a little bit rude. So I would politely ask that you... How do I put this? I would politely ask that you stop asking personal questions and keep chat relevant to the game. That's all I'm going to ask for. Okay. Sorry about that. Let me get back to the game. I don't understand what he's trying to say. That can't be true, right? That's an interesting thing. I just wanted to see the reason behind your motivation. I wasn't being rude. Well, just... Well, I'm just going to say that the way that you phrased that question came off as being rude. If you weren't trying to be, I get that. I get it. I just ask that you don't. I just ask that you think a little bit about how you phrase stuff, okay? Let's move past it and have a good time. All right, let me get the guide up because this is a choice. Do 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 do. Do do do. I think I know what the answer is, but I know what the choice is, but just in case, because you know, I like to be safe. Let's see, Hanako, Lily, Shizune, Emmy, Ren. Oh, that's not what I thought. Oh, that's a problem. Okay. Okay, why did you turn away from being an artist? Why did you stop exactly? You've mentioned that before. Oh, that's a long story. Nomiya throws a sideways glance at the gallery owner, who has drawn her mouth into a thin, straight line. I've had a life-changing experience like that, even though I didn't realize it until later. Was it a midlife crisis? Did I tell you that Sai and I have known each other for a long time? We studied at the same school. It's been... Goodness, how long has it been? Has it really been? Please don't count the years, Shinichi. Maybe you're right. At any rate, when we were in school, we had this... friend, I should say. We were in the same program, and I think he met Sai at some party. I got to know Sai through him, in fact. He was a spectacular artist, much like Tezuka. Great talent, despite the young age. He easily left the rest of us in his dust. We were good friends, he and I, but there were things that created friction in their friendship. It felt like I was watching him from afar. You weren't the only one. Nomiya coughs, looking embarrassed. At any rate, he, ended up taking his own life. Such a tragedy. Oh, that's just dark. In retrospect, that was what made me choose a career as a teacher in the end. I never was that brilliant, nor that passionate. I desperately wanted to be a career artist, but I wasn't suited for that. You were good enough. Perhaps I would have been. But this is what I ended up with. I just didn't have that drive after he was gone. I'm fond of kids and enjoy all forms of art, so it felt rather natural to take this path in life. But I think all that history with that friend of ours was the key thing, as sad as it was. A turning point, as they say. Sai stands up and digs in the pocket of her jacket for a cigarette and a lighter. Her hands are shaking. I'm going out for a smoke. Wordlessly, Nomiya and I both decide to follow her after a moment. It's already dark outside. Sai is standing with her back to us, taking sharp occasional drags on her cigarette. Its weak amber glow illuminates her face, framing her sharp jawline. I do not have this channel monetized, so even if I said yes, I would not be able to receive donations, but thank you though. I'm doing fine. Maybe it's best to call it a night. I could give you a lift back to school if you want, Nakai. You're not going anywhere, Shinichi. I need a drink. We're going to that place at the corner. The teacher looks at the old lady and then shrugs at me apologetically. What was this dig? What was this dig? What do you mean, old lady? She's only middle-aged. She's fine. I don't have an Instagram either. I don't have any reason to have an Instagram. It's no problem. I'll just catch the bus back. I'm headed upstairs to see if Rin will come back to school with me anyway. I think she's been staying overnight here too often lately. Sai locks the front door of the gallery and links arms with the old art teacher. I feel strange looking at them. I wonder what it feels like to have friends who've been with you for decades, for most of your life. I can't imagine it. The two of them start making their way down the street towards the bar in the corner, so I quickly head upstairs to the atelier door, ready to get to what I originally came here for. I climb upstairs and enter carefully. Oh no. Oh god, we're here already? Oh shit. Okay. The room is dark because of the quickly falling night, but I can see Rin, or rather her silhouette, sitting on the floor. So she's got her inspiration back, like Sai said. It moved from easel to painting on the floor. Before I manage 5 steps, I stop, frozen in my tracks. The ironic realization that human cognitive ability is commendable echoes through my mind. From a mere movement of her shadow, it took me a fraction of a second to realize something is awry. Process what I'm seeing, formulate the answer, and blush all the way up to the tips of my ears. Oh boy. Yep, okay, gonna check this. Okay, still got my sensor ready. Okay, just in case, I have my mouse hovering over the sensor, and we're gonna go ahead. Just in case. Okay, I think we're safe. For now, at least. I don't know if I'm the best person to ask for that. I don't know if I'm the best person to ask for that. I think you're better off asking someone else, huh? I think you're better off asking someone else, because I don't have any tips. I've just been at this for many years, and I just kind of, like, build up, you know, whatever. I don't know. Okay, I mean... okay, nothing is, like, showing, but just in case. Rin is sitting on the floor with her legs under her. Okay. She moves in rhythmical motions back and forth, slowly grinding herself against herself. Oh boy. Her breathing is so heavy, it's almost visible in the dim light. It's the heavy panting of one who doesn't have the option of breathing gracefully. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, I guess this is where we're gonna start. I'm gonna say this right now, I don't have the censor up, but this is where adult stuff is happening, so I would ask for anybody to... I mean, obviously, I don't want minors fucking watching this, but I can't stop them from watching it. But, yeah, we're gonna... I don't know how to say this. I am flustered. But yeah, adult stuff is gonna be happening. Hopefully. It's just, ugh. We're just gonna continue on. Her hips, mirror shadows against the dim light shining on her from above, are swinging circularly over and over again. She hasn't noticed me, so engrossed she is in her activity. The deadlock solves itself before I get a chance to think what to do next. Something in the atmosphere of the room changes. A little thing. Not consciously noticeable, but it changes. Oh my gosh. No, I don't go live daily. I've been doing these streams for For the last few months, bi-weekly at 8 p.m. CST. Perhaps a timid current from the open door, or a minute change in air pressure, the sound of my breathing, even though I notice I haven't taken a breath for many seconds, the aura of my presence. That something catches Rin's senses. She stops moving, freezes, and slowly turns to the door. I imagine, not see, the horror on her face, like a fawn's eyes staring at a hunter. I wonder if Rin can see my expression, but at least she doesn't have the strength or the spirit to look straight in my eyes. So, she droops her chin against her chest, letting her mess of a hair hide her face from me even further. I feel like I should either walk out or walk to her, but I can't do either. I gotta do this? Okay. I told you to stay away. Her words are defeated, painful as if she was suffering. Rin doesn't have anything other than her shirt on. I can see the last wisps of the twilight against the pale skin of her thighs and bottom. There's no way I can back off anymore. I lost that chance. So I do the next best thing, just in case. I got the sensor up. I quickly avert my gaze, even though Rin doesn't see what I'm looking at. I'm sorry, I didn't think. It's not like that. Her voice is raspy, shivering from held-back tears or something else. She is shaking, looking like she is physically in pain. It's not like that. I had no idea what it really means to change, but I know now you have no idea what I've had to do and all the things that passed through, and I think I forget I really don't. They just build up inside and grow and grow and grow until they flow out like a flow of everything that has ever been wrong. I can't take it. I can't think of the things I want because there's only so many things that I can think 4, 6, 7, doesn't matter. It's never enough. I have to let this out. I have to destroy, forget it, and nothing else. I swear to God, if I see anybody make a 6, 7 joke, I'm gonna fucking ban. Rin is mumbling her words into the air more than talking to me. It is the rambling, ranting, raving speech of a lunatic, even and steady in tone, but taking the form of a never-ending stream of words almost simultaneously spawning from between her lips. It feels like she forgot it is me who is present, or that someone actually is present. Maybe she vaguely recognizes what is real and what is not. Maybe in her mind I'm a voice inside her head. I look down at Rin's sorry figure, cowering on the floor with only the white shirt of her usual attire on. It neither preserves her modesty that is gone, nor her body warmth that she doesn't seem to care about. She looks more broken than I imagined a human person being capable of, and the hospital and school have given me some real perspective on that. I remember the hazy blue smoke, and myself wondering what Rin would do for the sake of art. The realization that Rin really is always serious hits me with its entire weight. She really and truly would destroy herself if her art required it. I thought she was so silly with her strange ways, talking about personal change as if it was something sudden and concrete, like waking up. I had no idea. This is her, laid bare in front of my eyes in all possible meanings of the word. Complete isolation here in the top floor of this building, in this room, in her mind. Day after day, working on her paintings with no heed paid to anything else. Breaking herself to reach that which she wishes to reach. This obscene act that she does for reasons I'm not sure she herself understands. Why does she have to do this? I'm trying to connect the pieces that I don't understand. I feel sad, scared, excited, disgusted, worried, and a number of emotions I can't remember the name of now. I feel conflicted. I should go. I'm really sorry. It doesn't matter. My voice is dry and quiet, like sandpaper coming out of my throat. I really am sorry. Sorry for seeing this. I don't want to see Rin like this. All I can see is her sadness, her stress and despair. Is this what a limit means? How could Sai and Nomiya let Rin go this far? Or is it me who is to blame? Okay, it's made a little better. I almost walk out, right there, but at the last moment I turn around, steel myself, and walk to Rin to crouch down behind her and lightly touch her forehead. She doesn't resist or react. I can't leave her like this. She's not well. She feels like she has a fever, freezing cold and burning hot at the same time. I wonder if she got sick from staying out all night with me back then. It seems she's prone to getting ill. There's a blanket on the couch, but I wrap my arms around Rin instead of fetching it. She does not resist my clumsy hug, only slumps her head lower, deepening the shadows hiding her face from me. What are you doing? Nothing. I'm not embracing her out of love, nor out of forgiveness. For am I in love, or is she sorry? I just want to hug her. For a moment, the only sound in the room is her heavy breathing. My body warmth, shared between two people, is barely enough, but slowly, painfully slowly, it spreads from me to her. The small warmth returning to Rin makes me more conscious of her body against mine. Even in the darkness, I can feel the fleeting scent of Rin's hair, the sweat on her skin, the dry paint stuck on her shirt. I feel the hardness of her bones and the softness of her flesh. Her heartbeats echoing mine, out of rhythm just like always. The hot blood rushing inside me reminds me why I said what I said back then, why I came here even after that, why I am here tonight again. Why I am hugging her now to keep her safe against the cold and the sadness. Rin has really grown on me inside my heart, claiming a small part of it as her own without even particularly trying. Rin. Even if she wanted to push me away, I can't help this feeling. Are you all right, Rin? I'm not. I think I broke. I painted some really good things. Incredible. But it hurt me. I can't handle this. Her voice cuts out, as there are no more words for her to say. It's not an angry voice nor a sad voice. It is a lifeless voice. I pet her head and shoulders, the physical equivalent of saying there. It's not like I could reassure her with the sweet nothings that people are supposed to say in this kind of situation. I'm not sure if she would even listen, or be reassured. She didn't react much to my embrace either, as if she didn't care. Maybe she doesn't. At least she doesn't care if she looks sad or not. There are no facades, no attempts to explain herself, no faux happiness. Rin is honest. Hisao. What is it? You're my friend, right? Right. Excuse me. Right. Will you do me a favor? I can't fix this, but I'm not finished yet. Her dry voice is a mere whisper, but the strength, her last, is in it, delivering her meaning much more clearly than her words. I can feel Rin's heart beating against my chest like a scared little bird. Her entire body is shivering from her fever, from her fear, from her despair. My brain is fast becoming overloaded with the myriad of thoughts this encounter spawned, but I have to push them all aside. I snuggle my nose against her earlobe, which is soft and cold, and her hair which smells good and tickles me. All right, I'll do it. I whisper in her ear reassuringly, trying to make her calm down. It works at least halfway, as Rin closes her eyes and leans against me as if searching comfort from my warmth. But this is not something that friends should do. We can't be friends anymore? It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just relax. Even though I said that, I'm on the verge of breaking myself. If I wasn't so nervous, I would laugh at my own nervousness. She wants to be comforted, and I want to comfort her. But in this way... Oh boy. I move my hand lower, touching the naked skin of her stomach, caressing Rin with my hand. Her muscles contract timidly, evading my touch, but soon they find their trust in me and relax. So yeah, sensor is up, and thank God it is, because I wasn't sure how... And thank God it is, because I wasn't sure, how explicit this was. I mean, granted, I will say this, there's nothing showing, but it's pretty much like, you know, it pretty much shows, like, what Hisao is doing. So we're gonna continue on! Okay. There was one warm place left in her after all, emitting heat that gets even warmer as I move my hand lower. Okay. I touch her carefully from down there, feeling the place where the lines of her thighs converge. It feels burning and swollen, soft and smooth. She opens under my touch, inviting my fingers to touch her more. Now this is where I'm going to start getting flustered. Rin gasps at the contact of my hand, and her voice is not of pain nor of surprise. I realize I've been holding my own breath, and let it go in a long stream of air out of my nostrils and into her hair. I don't know if I can voice act this. She says, "Don't tickle me. Sorry." Don't stop either. Sorry. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just faking it. It's okay. I don't know what I'm doing either. Oh, Christ. I enter her, moving my fingers up and down, in and out, touching her from everywhere, first slowly, then faster. I really hope no children are listening to this, because this is awkward. I listen to the subtle signs Rin's body gives, hoping that she can guide me as I can't see what I'm doing. Her breathing gets heavier by the moment, spurred on by my exploring fingers. Rin's hips start moving in the same rhythm as me, guiding me deeper. She turns her head, looking at me from the corner of her eye. I wonder what she sees, but what I see in her almost scares me. The passion in her eyes is like nothing I've ever seen, her dark eyes like two black stones against the moonlit skin of her cheek. I kiss her gently on the cheek, right above the bone. My lips are coarse and dry. Okay, well, there goes that. My right hand moves upwards of its own accord under the white cotton of her shirt to caress the underside of her soft breast. Sweat gleams on her skin, making it slippery under my hands. She breathes in sharp, quick intakes in unison with the pulses of her insides against my fingers. This is really explicit. I can feel her heat burning through her shirt against my chest. I move faster and she moves faster, our primitive instincts blinding all reason as her fever becomes sweat drenching her shirt and her skin. Her passion becomes my own, growing inside of me. All these feelings unravel into their basic components. Her softness, her wetness, her hotness, her sadness are the only things that I think, the only things I can think. She makes a noise. I push Rin over the edge. Her entire body contracts around my fingers in a blinding, deafening, paralyzing spasm. Her voice is incredible? I never thought it could be so violent, so absolute for a girl. Okay. Oh god, that scared me. I was like, what the hell's in my hand? Later, I would come to think that this finally was the moment where Rin fully let herself go, and in one single instant destroyed and rebuilt herself just like she had wanted. Whether it's the truth or not, I couldn't say, but that's how I felt. Okay. I think I could turn it off. Please don't show, just don't show a sprite without her underwear. Please, for the love of God. I'm scared. Okay. Rin gasps for breath like she's drowning, returning to reality because she has no other choice. Her entire body is still in the throes of the slowly dying moment. Pearls of sweat are glistening on her forehead. I'm feeling my own heat inside of me, but now the spur of the moment is gone, and I don't know what to say to Rin, who is panting, hot and ecstatic in my arms. Her shirt, wet with sweat, is glued to her back, revealing hints of her shoulder blades and waistline. She feels limp, weak, exhausted. I reach out for the blanket and wrap it around her and me. Rin doesn't resist me. She is drained of all strength. Okay. She's still covered, for now. What will happen now? I don't know. Nothing, I suppose. You look tired. I am tired. It feels strange. Like I lost something. I mean something else than my marital purity. Don't say something like that. Neither of those things. I don't want to lose you. What does that mean? I'm not going anywhere. I'm afraid that you are. All the time. In that moment, I felt that it was not only Rin who lost something of hers. I felt like I was losing a part of myself, or maybe all of me. But if you were to ask what it was that I lost, I couldn't say, because I had already forgotten it. I broke another promise by coming out with my honest feelings to Rin. That's 2 in one day. I hate the distance between you and me, so every time it gets a little bit closer, I become afraid of losing it. That's weird. Wait a minute, that's weird. I guess so. Do you mind if I sleep a little? No, I guess you don't. You like watching, don't you? She closes her eyes and swallows with a loud gulp, trying to relax herself, fighting against the urge to paint. Yes, I do. Rin moves her body in my arms, searching for a comfortable position or a very uncomfortable position. She leans against me, closing her eyes, and lets one last long breath out before settling into the steady rhythm of sleep. With her last moment of awareness, she whispers something to me, but I can't hear it. Rin drifts deeper into sleep with a deep sigh that releases all remaining tension from her muscles. I try to shift around to place both of us more comfortably. It takes a while because I don't want to wake up Rin, even though she probably wouldn't, but eventually I find a position I am somewhat comfortable with. I lean against the soft cushions of the couch and breathe in the cool air of the atelier. Rin's head rests against my chest, as if she were listening to my heartbeats. Echoes of her dream ripple as small twitches on her face, like a cat sleeping the mouse hunter's dream. The full moon, shining her pale light upon us from beyond the skylight, reflects from a blank canvas standing forgotten on the easel. Its whiteness is glowing against the dark night of the atelier. Okay, I thought that sex scene was actually a lot darker than I thought it was. I mean, to be fair, it starts off like, ooh. It starts off as like, oh, this is kind of, ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. I mean, because it kind of gave me, like, the whole thing of, like, because I feel like the average person doesn't know this, but, did you know that there are some people who use sex as a way of self-harming themselves? You know, like, I mean, because obviously, you know, because, and that's usually, you know, and people will usually do that by doing unsafe sex, right? Like, no condoms, no, I was gonna say birth control. I mean, technically that is, you know, no contraceptives, let's just say that, right? You know, but basically, like, sleeping with somebody that they know is not good for them, right? That's what it kind of felt like with me, is like, you know, is like, oh, is Rin using this, you know, this, what the hell is it called? This moment with Asao is like a way of hurting herself. I will say though, I've never heard of masturbation being used as like, as a way of like harming yourself. You know? Okay. Through the grogginess of a freshly awakened mind, I can observe my surroundings only one thing at a time. The morning light shining from the skylight is bright and sky-colored. It reflects from the white walls and the colorful posters and paintings. I hope nobody at school realized that I spent the night here. They didn't find out the last time, so I'm feeling confident about my chances. My neck is stiff, and my shoulders are hurting like hell from sleeping in an awkward position like that. I can't even remember when I fell asleep. Only the full moon and Rin, warm against me. I can't remember her waking up either, leaving my side. However, she has. Rin is standing in the middle of the atelier, looking as if she was lost. She's not looking at anything I can see, not doing anything, just standing there. She's managed to dress up a little by herself. A strange thing. I thought that at least would have been impossible without hands. I get up and walk to her, patting her on the shoulder to get her attention. Hey. She flinches at the contact. I've never seen Rin flinch. Uh-oh. Rin looks a bit panicky, a bit anxious, a bit defensive. It's as if she were a completely different person last night. Perhaps she was. My heart drops straight down to my stomach, full of liquid nitrogen. I'm sort of sorry. Why sorry? It wasn't very tactful of me. You know, last night. But isn't that sort of thing something you want? Because you like me? So blunt. I'm completely baffled by Rin's approach to this. No, even if it was, I think I'd prefer for things to go properly. Rin cocks her head, looking like she has no idea what I'm talking about. She still has this guarded feel about her, but nothing belies any real emotion. So you don't want to do that sort of thing? I didn't say that. So you do. I didn't say that either. Listen, it doesn't even matter. I just don't think it was the best thing I could have done in that situation. I tried to apologize. I wonder for whose benefit I'm trying to come clear with these feelings. I don't even know why I'm feeling so terribly guilty. I mean, to be fair, Hisao, like, in a way, we could argue that, like, she was in a very vulnerable position, and you took advantage of that by, you know, playing with her. I'm gonna just say that. But then again, she could have said no, honestly. I don't know. Like, I get it. Maybe. I don't think it was a very good idea either. Probably. It's like you said. We're not like that. We're friends. It was a bad idea. Yikes. Maybe you should forget about it, and I will too. I'm really good at forgetting things, so it should be alright with me. I can't do that. Why? Because I like you, that's why. I told you that you shouldn't talk about that. I don't agree. Besides, you brought it up yourself before. I hold my hand up and pinch the bridge of my nose in frustration. I have no idea how to get Rin to understand. I hate that Rin can't clearly tell what she feels about anything. I hate that she's sending these confusing signals, as if she's expecting me to read her mind. Do you hate me? She actually thinks about this for some time. Ouch! I don't hate anything. I don't think I'm a hateful person. Then what am I to you? Help me understand. I try to sound as reasonable as I can, but I don't know if it'll help. Rationally thinking, this is the only way to get her to understand my point of view. Problem is, rationality never was a thing for Ren. It doesn't restrict her like it restricts me. It's not her driving force. It doesn't make her behave like a normal person. I can't. The same answer. I feel so powerless. I feel frustrated. Why? I don't think you'd understand. I'm not sure if I do. Oh, is this one of the choices that I gotta... Is this one of the choices that is like a trick question, basically? I think it is, actually. Because I do remember reading that, like, yeah, this choice right here, because on the surface, it sounds like the same thing, basically. Like, I need to understand versus then explain. But there is a method to the chaos, as they say. Because the thing is, you know, going back to the text history, Hisao says that He hates that Rin can't clearly tell what she feels about anything. And him not having any idea how to get Rin to understand. So this choice right here, obviously the correct choice is I need to understand. But if you were to choose this option, because basically, because the thing is, Rin already has a hard time trying to understand what she feels and trying to explain that to other people. And so if you were to pick this choice, you're basically like blaming her when it's like she doesn't even know how the fuck to go about it, right? But with this, it's Hisao trying to put forth the effort to understand. Yes, it's frustrating, but he's still trying to put in the work because I think in some ways he can understand that this is frustrating for her as well. Anyway, I need to understand. I need to understand why. I'm not going to give up, Rin's shoulders slump and she frowns. I know. I do want to be there for you, but I can't do that unless I know how. Just let me do this thing the way I want. That's all. Fine. I don't care. You wanted to change? You wanted to destroy yourself? You want this exhibition more than anything, right? Yes. Okay, then do it. She doesn't respond, or even show acknowledgement of understanding. I'm grinding my teeth together, frustrated beyond anything I thought possible. I want to grab Rin's shoulders and shake her until she comes to her senses. I look at her, and in that moment I know with crystal clear certainty that there is nothing I can do for Rin. None of the words I know would reach her. But still. I think that, for whatever reason, you think it's important that you go this way all the way to the end, even if it's not healthy for you on many different levels. But I'll have nothing to do with it. I can't accept being treated like this, and not understanding the reasons for it. I'm finished here. The full weight of what I said sinks in the silent distance between us. Rin doesn't show any reaction, nor even blinks her eyes. She just stares at her through me quietly. That's fine. Her voice is perfectly calm, emotionless like an announcement that the 7:30 train will be 7 minutes late. With those words, Rin made her choice, and I made mine. If either of us secretly wanted to change our mind, it's too late for that. I take a hard, long look at Rin, hoping that it conveys my feelings. Yikes. Without knowing whether it does or not, I leave the atelier for the last time, feeling empty and anxious like so many times before. Oh! Act 4! Dream. Disconnect, distance, dream. Oh my god, it's 3DD! It's dream drop distance! Dream disconnect distance. Alright. Alright, I'm curious. What does this look like? Hey, look at that! Maybe it's not a heart. I thought it was. Maybe it's not a heart. I thought it was. I don't know, I guess we'll see when we finally do Lily's Path next year. Let me just see. 74. We're almost 3/4 of the way through. I think this is... I don't know if this is the bad ending or the neutral ending. Delirium. Wow, that's what the scene is called, is delirium? Jesus. But yeah, that was a, oof. that was an uncomfortable, morning after. Damn, I did not know we were that close to the the ending of Act 3. But hey, at the very least, like, we're almost done. But yeah, we're almost done. Maybe we'll finish it tonight. Shit, I thought we were gonna go on longer than that. But yeah, that was an uncomfortable fucking thing. But yeah, that was I mean, I think it is valid for Hisao to feel that way, because obviously, I would imagine, right, being, like, because imagine that you have this person that you've developed romantic feelings for, you know? And, you know, and it seems as if, you know, she rejected you, right? And it seems as if they reject you, but then, like, but then the two of you have a, you know, a night together of sex, but then the morning after, it's like, you know, it's like, you think, like, oh, is this finally where we could maybe, I don't know, evolve our relationship, progress it? And she's like, and they're like, I keep saying she, and they're like, nah, I don't want that, actually. Like, I think, it's very, it does have that vibe of, like, leading you on, stringing you along. And, admittedly, okay, let me let me see here. But yeah, like, the fact that Rin says, like, you know, but isn't sex what you wanted because you like me? And Hisao's like, well, even if it was, like, I would like that to go a little bit more differently. Because, yeah, like, that is a pretty, like, weird way to approach it, right? But yeah, it's mixed signals, right? It's mixed signals, because it's like, you say you don't like me, yet you want me to do this for you, yet you don't, you know, it's like, it is confusing. It is confusing. You know, and maybe there was a different way to, like, I don't know, resolve that situation that didn't involve sex, but hey, it happened. We're here now. You know, but I think this is where the turning point is, where, like, you know, Rin is like, maybe we shouldn't have done that. You know, and to be fair, she's right in that. But I think it's the whole thing of, like, well, maybe you should forget about it, and I will too. Because I think to Hisao, that sounds as if, like, to Rin, it meant nothing. You know, it meant nothing to me. You know, because to Hisao, obviously, like, he likes her. Like, that's the thing, like, he likes her. You know, he has feelings for her. And so, obviously, to him, it would probably really hurt to hear her, you know, to hear her basically dismiss the whole thing as, like, well, it was just like a, you know, a moment of weakness, as it were. And then, of course, the whole thing of, like, then what am I to you? Like, what am I to you? Which is a good point. It's like, we had, again, it feels weird to say we had sex. Technically they did. It just wasn't penetrative. You know, again, it was just him, like, playing with her. And again, like, she pretty much is dismissing it, like, as if it meant nothing. And it's like, you know, and obviously it sounds like, well, you're giving me mixed signals here. Like, what do you want me to, like, what am I to you, right? And she can't tell him because she doesn't know. You know, and then and him saying like, you know, it's like, I still want to be with you, I still fucking like you. And she's like, I know that, and this right here, I want to be there for you, but I can't do that unless I know how. Showing like showing that he does want to be there for her, you know, but clearly, you know, he wants to be there for her in the ways that she wants him to be. You know what I mean? Like, and I think he wants to try, but she's just not. You know, but it does seem like, you know, she just doesn't know how to go about that. I mean, I guess, like, in a way... we could argue that Hisao is kind of acknowledging or realizing that maybe Rin sees him as a muse, and he's like, I don't fucking want to be that for you. Like, I want to be more, but you don't want that, and I hate it. I don't know, like... I'm not, like, I will say this, like, she's not responsible for how he feels. Like, ultimately, his feelings are his own. But it's also not good that to him and his like how he interprets this is that she's basically leading him on, which is not fair. It's not. It's fucked up. You shouldn't do that. You know, and then of course, like right here, because I think for him, it's like, he wants, because I think when he says this, like, obviously he's like, yeah, I don't want this, but I think he's also saying it to provoke a reaction out of Rin. But the fact that Rin doesn't do that, it basically is like, I mean, to him, I think to him, he's taking it as a sign of like, so she doesn't care about me at all. Which sucks. Like, it's an uncomfortable scene. It's like, oof. Yikes. This is a rough... Oh, man. I mean, I will say things do get better, because we're on track for the good ending. You know, so things obviously have to get better, but this is just a rough read. Alrighty. I make it in time for class, though not in time for breakfast. The classroom is bathing in the gentle light of the sun. This means that it's going to be intolerably hot in the afternoon. For now, though, it's pleasant. I look at Misha and Shizune's animated discussion about whatever, Hanako staring out of the classroom window, Muto stumbling into the classroom 4 minutes late and with no recollection of what he's supposed to be teaching today. Oh, that's a bad sign! I can never imagine dropping out of school just like that, even if it's only for a few weeks. On the other hand, Rin doesn't seem to have a problem with the idea, or going through with it. Then again, somehow I got caught along in her insane isolation, even if we ended up hurting each other. Or did we? Maybe only I got hurt. Yeah, because right there, he's thinking that maybe, he's not sure, right? Because obviously he's not sure what Rin feels about him, but I think in his mind, it's like, maybe I'm the only one who got hurt. It's like, she doesn't care about me like that. But still, it's interesting that he says, like, you know... I could never imagine dropping out of school, but on the other hand, Rin doesn't seem to have a problem. Like, listen, speaking as a high school dropout, because, you know, a little bit of history, I did well, like, here, okay, so, I went to public school for most of my student life up until the last few weeks of my first round of junior year, because that was when I had my attempt, and parents kind of realized that, like, okay, this isn't working, we need to try something else. And so they withdrew me out of public high school and enrolled me into a private school that specialized in teaching, I guess we could say, I don't want to say alternative students, but students that, for whatever reason, could not function in a normal high school setting. I went to that high school for a year up until we had to move. Otherwise, I probably would have stayed there until I graduated. But the thing is that I never completed high school. Admittedly, I was only 1 year off. I was a junior. But after we moved, I did not go back to high school. I instead went ahead and got my GED. And admittedly, like, being a high school dropout, I mean, I don't know if I'd say it really affects me, because, I don't know if I would say, like, it really affected me, like, because, when I was in between transitioning from schools and such, like, it definitely felt, it definitely was, like, it was definitely rough, right? But I think after we moved up here to where we currently are, obviously, I will say, my parents opted to just not let me go to high school, finish out the rest of it, because clearly, because the town that we live in does not have a private school. Like, we got lucky because we lived in Florida, just a few minutes away from the private school I went to, but up in Tennessee, we moved into a town where there is no such thing, and obviously we're not gonna attempt a repeat of what happened. So that ultimately cemented the decision that eventually, because I didn't go to it immediately after, that I would get my GED. And I got it, obviously, within months of going to the classes and taking the test, the equivalency test, and then getting it. But I do know that there is some stigma about being a high school dropout for, and obviously, like, we shouldn't judge people, on whether or not they drop out of high school or not, because, again, there are many reasons why someone would do that, and it's not and many of the times, it's not because the student just doesn't want to go to school anymore. Again, there's reasons for it. I don't know, I just thought it was very interesting that's like, I can never imagine dropping out of school like that, even if it's only for a few weeks. And it's like, I don't know if I would say like, dropping out of high school for a few weeks is, like, even dropping out. I think that's more so, like, taking a break. Granted, not a relaxation break, but it's like a gap year, It's like a gap year. Just a gap weeks. A gap month. Anyway, it takes me until late in the afternoon to realize that today is Monday. The art club meets today. Not just that. Due to the exams, this will be the last art club meeting before summer vacation. Without Rin, it feels pretty pointless to go there, but I want to talk with the teacher. The meeting itself isn't noteworthy, just as my skills with watercolors are not worth mentioning. Nomiya tries to encourage and advise me without sounding too condescending, but is not doing a very good job of it. If nothing else, joining the art club has taught me that I like art. It would be nice if I could actually try and make some art in the art club, though. Listen, I never joined an art club, but I have gone to art class. And to be fair, I have made some things that, like, that I personally wouldn't consider art, but they are still things that, like, I created. Hell, my parents, when we moved into the house, they had, like, because I also did watercolors, but the way that I did them was kind of just, like, the splatter paintings and such that you see sometimes. I did a few of them. My parents actually framed it and hung them up on the walls, and they're still up on the walls today. And I even, and I've made some sculptures and such, some ceramic art pieces, and all that I did make with my own two hands. But obviously, that's art. It's just not like, it's just not like people art, you know what I mean? It's not sketching. After the fruits of everyone's labor have been piled into a neat stack on the teacher's desk, he clears his throat to give a little speech. Oh, God. Okay. That's it for this trimester, everyone! His voice is pretty loud and way too enthusiastic for it to be genuine. The next meeting is after summer vacations, on the Monday of the first week of next term. I hope to see everyone there again. Have a nice vacation! Cool. I need to take some more water. Everyone wishes him a nice vacation back as they file out the door. I stay behind, waiting until the two of us are alone. It's almost dinner time, so I don't have to wait long. Nomi is looking through the paintings, some of which are actually pretty nice. Ren might outclass everyone else in the art club, but she isn't the only one with talent. Excuse me, teacher. What is it, Nakai? He raises his eyebrows questioningly, smiling widely. It's about Ren. Oh? Is something wrong with Tezuka? No, but... I hesitate for a split second, not certain how to say what I want to say, giving Nomiya enough time to start blabbering by himself. I saw her a few days ago when I was passing by at Sai's gallery. She said she'd get one or two more paintings done for the exhibition. I was quite pleased. She's a surprisingly hard worker. I'd always thought she was a bit lazy, doing what she wants instead of the assignments. I'd always thought she was a bit lazy, doing what she wants instead of the assignments. That just made me, do a double take, 'cause I'm like, whoa. We're really getting on... We really decided to call... Okay. We're just not going to discuss that. He seems to notice my anxiety and realizes he's digressing, shutting up before finishing the thought. But you had something to talk about. What is it? I don't know. She feels detached from everything, as if she can't think of anything but the exhibition. Well, isn't that good? She's focused on her painting, as she should be. Yeah, but this is different. It's like she's obsessed. I went to see her and... Have you been bothering her? He cuts in before I finish saying what I meant to say, instantly looking quite irritated. No, I don't think so. I'm just concerned because she stopped coming to school completely. She feels strange, too. Stranger than usual, at the very least. Humbug! This is much more important for her than some lousy math class, or physics, or whatever. My guy, you're not doing a very good job as a teacher. Yes, she is an artist, and I think this is obviously a good opportunity for her, but she's not even sure what she's not really she's never said that she wants to be an artist in the future. And I think it's important that she needs to learn, some education that isn't art, just in case, she wants to do something that isn't related to art. You can't just assume that she wants to be an artist, dude. This is exactly why this school is so flexible, to give every student a chance to fulfill themselves. Tezuka is a painter, so she should paint, no? And have an exhibition. That's what artists do. She should be allowed to concentrate on that, not these other frivolous classes. She should be encouraged. There can be a balance, though. You can encourage somebody to follow their passion, but you can but if they don't want to do that as a job, as a career, they should be allowed, you can encourage them to do other things. I don't like this sentence in particular. Like, she should be allowed to concentrate on painting, not these other frivolous classes. Anybody else getting that vibe of like, oh no, dance moms? If you think about it, it's really quite obvious. His counter-arguments are not very convincing, but I'm having a hard time trying to make any kind of rebuttal. My grudging silence is interpreted as assent, and Nomiya turns to shuffle the stack of turned-in assignments on his desk like a deck of cards. I have to say, while we're talking about Tezuka's exhibition, I'm very excited to see how it turns out. She's still so young, yet has such wonderful skill and style. He's talking to the air, to relax the mood that got a bit too negative. I take it that you'll be attending? Yeah, I guess so. Well, we'll meet there next. I take that as my cue to leave, and I do. Although I'm not happy about it. My message didn't get through, to say the least. Yikes. Yikes. You know, because it's making me think back, it's harkening back to that line that Hisao had where... Because remember in the sex scene, like, in the lead up to it, how Hisao was like, how could Nomiya and Sai let Rin get to this point? I mean, admittedly, it's not entirely their fault, because again, I don't think they even went to see her, but, you know, that thing of Nomiya where it's like, you know, oh no, she should totally do this, and, but, you know, it's like, ooh, maybe there's a reason. maybe we should have a reason why we have some misgivings about Nomiya. Demused? Oh boy. Oh boy. The day after that, all the missed opportunities and things I should have said come crashing down on me. There's nothing left to do afterwards but brood. Second day. I begin to feel anxious. I start doubting my doubt and it feels stupid, especially since I still can't think about anything else than Rin. Third day. Japanese exam and world history exam. Great. The thing I hate most about her is that she can make me feel this awful, even though I should be focusing on entirely different stuff right now. Fourth day. Math exam. We have a math exam. It goes how it goes. I don't care. Man, just symbolizing that depression arc. Fifth day. Nomiya asks me again if I will attend the exhibition opening. I can't say no to him, even though I seriously want to. I just don't want to discuss with him anything Rin-related, so it's just better to take the path of least resistance. Ho! Hi! What you doing here? On the sixth day, the day before the exhibition opening, I find Rin standing in the hallway in front of my room when I return to the dorms after dinner. What are you doing here? Wait a minute. What are you doing here? My tone is angrier than I intended. I'm a little disappointed that I was unable to restrain myself, but it can't be helped. Rin just stands there, like she just happened to coincidentally be standing around here when where she has no business being. The way she reacts so coolly to everything annoys me now. This is not good. It's been 6 days, and the sight of her has me boiling. She hasn't even opened her mouth yet. Finish painting? Shouldn't you be at the gallery? Preparing? They said no. I guess the gallery owner does that part then. Getting the paintings framed, hung on the walls and whatnot. So, why are you here? Felt like it. The same old stupid pattern emerges again. Asking her questions to which she replies with answers that don't answer anything, because it's the only other way we can converse. Apart from me listening to her blabbering about whatever, which isn't really a conversation. Is this a play? Are there some unseen roles that we've unknowingly set ourselves into, dictating the rules of engagement whenever we see each other, inevitably leading to us hurting each other? What the fuck? Sorry, it led... That's so Fatamoru coded. We have to go back to the beginning of our story where all we ever did was hurt each other. Fuck you, game. How dare you? I'm so mad about that! I'm so mad about that! How dare you remind me of a much better game! Sorry, that was uncalled for. Her nonchalant answers, accompanied by even more nonchalant shrugs, leave me none the wiser. I guess I should be happy that the exhibition preparations are complete. When I walk into my room, I hear her footsteps following me in. I didn't invite her in. I won't ask her to leave. She claims my bed without asking permission, making me wish that I had taken the time to make it before I left in the morning, then stands up again as though she sat on hot coals. I half lean against the single corner of my desktop that isn't cluttered with stuff, to rest my legs at least a little bit. Rin spends a few moments glancing curiously around my room. It makes me realize that she's never seen it before. For a moment, she actually looks like she's concentrating, trying to get everything. This must be the eye for detail that makes her an artist. Since the room is small, she quickly runs out of things to look at, but nothing else transpires, allowing the uncomfortable silence to take over the atmosphere. The mood is chilly, to say the least, and both of us are on guard, waiting for the other to make the first move. Of course, Ren could play this game forever, so it has to be me. So, I give up. What's the point of honest communication? I give up because she'd never tried to open conversation, and because it seems that she wants to say something, and I want to get it over with. Why else would she be here if she didn't want to talk? I don't know what to say myself. I want to be angry, but I can't bring myself to yell at her or anything. Yeah. My voice catches her attention, and she tries to search for words as well, but it seems that she's not entirely certain as to why she's here either. And so, Ren simply takes a few steps to close the distance between us, and rises on the tips of her toes to even out the height difference. It was a bad idea. Maybe you should forget about it, and I will too. Flashing back to the morning after. Great! Fantastic! It's a reflex, and almost as an afterthought, the words no, yes, and maybe simultaneously surface inside my mind. My hand is between her lips and mine, a wall that I raised a guard against something. Her breath feels warm against my fingers. The scent of her skin lingers about, the mysterious, indescribable sensation that captures me and draws my eyes deep into hers. The look in her eyes is surprised, quizzical as to why the impertinent hand prevented her advances. Yeah, because it's going back to the whole, like, why are you doing this, right? Like, you said you didn't want to, you said that the sex was a bad idea, we shouldn't have done that, you dismissed it, and now you're here again trying to kiss me. Like, what the fuck is it? Ow, fuck, I just hit my toe, shit. Her eyes are really big and glistening with moisture, and staring right into my own with a soft gaze that I'm having a hard time to match. Ren's half-open mouth makes her look even more confused, although the sensual way her lips are arching is signaling something completely different. Please. I need you. The words come from her throat as a coarse whisper meant only for me, bypassing her tongue and teeth without giving them any chance to interrupt. Yeah, and there it is again. It's like, you said you literally did not want to talk about my feelings for you, yet here you are saying I need you. It's confusing. It is in a way mixed signals. Like, what is this? They sober me in an instant, and I clumsily flinch back to get a little bit of distance between us, painfully scraping against my desk in the process. Maybe it's her choice of words, maybe the way she says it, but something in it puts me off. Something is wrong. Something is terribly wrong again. Need me for what? All the unpleasant feelings emerge again, and I feel my heartbeat suddenly increasing at least tenfold. Rin's eyes go out of focus and back again as her body relaxes from its tense state, and she stands upright again. I don't think I was thinking about anything. Why do you draw patterns in that dust on your night table? There is a word for that. Excuse me. There is a word for that kind of thing, but I can't remember. Her remark almost throws me off track, and I glance over her shoulder at the small table next to my bed, but I can't see anything from this distance. So she needs me. Excuse me. So she needs me for nothing specific? Just happened to come by because she thought I'd be glad to see her after she shut me out? No complaints accepted for a week. Completely altruistic motives? Felt like it? Bullshit. I can answer myself. To play mind games with whenever you want? To play mind games with whenever you want? To kiss whenever you want? To ignore whenever you want? To fulfill your whims whenever you want? Is that it? What you need me for? My voice is sounding very angry again, even to myself. Good. Rin too finally catches the mood, and her curious expression changes instantly to something more uncharacteristic. No. She leaves it at that, her eyes restlessly wandering around, searching the room as if the words she tries to find were written in the tapestries of my walls. Then what? I needed to paint. Paint. Of course. That's what artists do. Yikes. This is just getting worse, guys. The words reverberate through my being, beating in my blood over the piercing whistle of my anger. Don't give me that, Rin! I'm not some damn muse of yours, free to play with for the sake of painting! I'm not some medium for whatever you aspire to do. Excuse me. I am not some medium for whatever you aspire to. I am me! So what if I don't know anything about my future? There's things I want and things I care about. Even I can dream of things other than nightmares. I'm yelling, but I'm way past the point of caring about things like that. Rin looks down at her toes and wiggles them a little melancholically while she takes in my outburst without saying anything to defend herself. Only after I have finished does she try to respond somehow. I can't do anything else. Or I can do all sorts of things, but I can't do. It's the only thing I sort of do properly. Most of the time. I understand completely. Art first, everything else second, or thousandth. What's this music playing, by the way? Cold Iron, okay. What about me? Am I nothing? When I was interested in art, did that make you feel like I was a little interesting for a little while? Tell me. I really want to know. Did you ever think about my perspective, or is it just all you? The words rise like bile in my throat. She looks alarmed, and also completely uncomprehending, As if she just doesn't understand what I'm angry about. I can't believe she could be so stupid. I didn't want to... This time, it's Rin who interrupts herself in mid-sentence. Don't you understand? I can't. Can't what? You never explain! How am I supposed to understand anything if you never say anything? Why don't you ever talk? Say something! But she doesn't. Venting my anger at her feels satisfying. It feels wrong to take so much satisfaction in it, but I can't stop. Not wanting to face my anger head on, Rin turns around to steadfastly look out of my window, even though there's nothing to look at. The worst of my ire are gone. I shut up as I can't be bothered to keep on yelling at the back of her head, so silence finally returns. I tried to discern some hints of her reaction through my adrenaline-distorted vision. My feedback was not the best kind, but I hope Rin got the clue that she just can't ignore everything else whenever she feels like it. I'd hate it if she didn't. She never ever listens to anything. She's so unaffected by the world around her. Not this time, it seems. Her body is shaking like from holding back tears, but I already know that Rin is not crying. Her indifference made me so furious. Now that it's gone, I'm at a loss. I wonder... Did I go too far? Look, Go away. Go away, Hisao. Her voice is tiny and tired as she says this, but I hear the words clear as day. What is there to say anymore? This is my room. The blunt, hollow remark is a fitting conclusion for this unpleasant discussion that became an even more unpleasant and very one-sided yelling match. After a moment of collecting herself, Rin just gives up. I could see it from the way she slumps her shoulders and walks out. Even though she deliberately looks to the other direction, I can see how she's biting the corner of her lips so hard it might start bleeding if she won't stop. As she makes her exit, I realize that she left the door open when she came in, and my yelling must have echoed around the dorm hallways. Yikes. I sigh. Now that she's gone, I'm left alone with my guilt. As the thumping in my chest slowly subdues, anxiety replaces it. Somehow, I feel that none of this would have ever happened if not for me. No matter how infuriating, unbearable, and outrageous Rin is, she is not the Rin I thought I knew. The Rin that I expected Rin to be. Was it me who caused all this by talking Rin into taking her chances with the exhibition? Am I directly responsible for Rin becoming like she has been for the past weeks? I can't think of any other explanation for her weird behavior than the exhibition, and all the things that came along with it. Maybe it was the only way that could have brought us closer, but all it did was separate us further away from each other, and now beyond the reach of either of us. I bang my head hard against the wall. Twice, to make sure it hurts. Oh boy! This is so bad! This is rough, y'all! I'm just curious. We're not going to break just yet, but I'm just like, yikesies. Hey, 3/4 of the way through, let's fucking go. Oh boy, okay. Oh wow. Hisao's patience comes to an end. Yeah, I said it definitely did. Oh, this is fucking rough, y'all. I will say though, I don't think we've ever seen Hisao that angry before. Like we've seen him angry before in other routes, of course, but I think like, to the point of like yelling at at whatever love interest he has for the day. Yeah, that's rough. Like even to the point of like, even to the point that Rin's like, fuck you. But I mean, I think like to be fair, I think like that's the thing though, is that's like, again, he definitely has a right to be angry to some extent. But obviously, like, yelling about all this to her is not right. It's like it's not honest communication. Not honest, open communication. Like this. I mean, and it's not as if like it's not like this is like passionate arguing. Because I know there are some couples who who will often yell at each other, but that's their way of communicating. Like if it's honest and open, that's fine. Like they just yell at each other. But this wasn't it. Okay. A headache is relentlessly thumping against the back of my head as I push open the door to the 22nd corner. Apart from that, I'm perfectly calm. After venting on Rin all that anger that I had bottled inside, it felt like a great weight had been lifted from my heart. I mean, to be fair though, considering that like you were being like, I think it's also understandable. It's like, holding back that frustration and such. That's not healthy. I mean, granted, the way that he went about venting it wasn't good either, but I think at the very least, like, him finally saying, like, what is pissing him off, what's annoying him, I think that in of itself is good. Because at least she finally knows how he really feels, right? The tension that had grasped my mind for the past few weeks faded away without leaving even a shadow behind. In this nearly zen-like state of enlightenment, I realized that perhaps it was a bad idea to yell at her like that. I really meant it, but what good does blowing up like that do? Nothing. I'm not like that. I don't normally yell at people. I don't know why I did yesterday. So I keep feeling really guilty about it and wanting to take my words back. Rin is probably upset too. Even more than my own behavior, her reaction shocked me. I've always thought of her as unchanging, detached from her surroundings so that seeing my yelling at her... detached from her surroundings so that seeing my yelling get her so upset felt out of place. I wonder if she understands how I feel. In Rin's world, everything seems to be so absolute and subjective. Absolutely subjective, as if she was completely unable to see things from other points of view than her own. But ultimately, is anyone able to do it? Maybe objectivity and altruism are just illusions for people who like to think of themselves as compassionate. Just like art is an illusion for people who think reality is merely a veil for something greater. Even when you stop thinking that the world revolves around you, or start thinking outside of the mythical box, you're just inside another bigger box that you can't escape. Maybe that, ultimately, makes her like the rest of us. Exhibition time! I stepped through the door to find a gallery full of illusioned people. Despite Sai's remarks during my earlier visits, I always thought it was very spacious. But now, when it's crowded like this, it looks positively cramped. I immediately noticed Sai standing in the middle of a lively discussion, busily chattering with some old gentleman. She's actually pretty tall and kind of cool looking, so she stands out in the crowd. There are a few dozen wine glasses laid on the tables along the back wall, filled with burgundy liquid. A vast majority of the guests are sipping from their own glasses. The socialites and art connoisseurs are mingling happily, exchanging mild opinions about Rin's art, which seems to be a secondary object of interest for most. I feel distanced, excluded from the other people here. I can't claim even at a stretch to be a social chameleon, so this situation is quite unnerving. Since I don't blend into the crowd at all, I just fake that I do, trying to look as cool and smooth as I can. Wallflower. I wonder how Rin is handling all this. If it was me, I would be quite freaked out. Throwing the anxiety aside, I try to carefully navigate through the crowd, stealing peeks at the framed paintings now hanging on the walls. Rin's exhibition takes about half of the gallery's wall space. Some paintings are less familiar than others, but I recognize most of them. Some I've seen being created at the club meetings after all, or remember from the time when Rin was choosing her portfolio. I know that a couple of the unfinished paintings are framed and on the wall as well. Maybe that's what they call coincidental art? Even Rin's failures, if you can call them that, became exhibits of her skill. Quite paradoxical. She herself is nowhere to be seen, which is strange because even though it's crowded, the gallery is pretty small. It's fine. Sort of. I don't know how to face her after yesterday. Maybe I shouldn't have even come. But I promised various people, Rin included, that I would, so... Damn. That sounds like I do the things I do because some kind of instinctual properness compels me to. Not because it would be sensible. Or not. I sneak closer to Sai to wait for a lull in the conversation so I can chat her up too. Even though her voice is almost completely buried under the general background noise. Excuse me. I hear bits and pieces of her talking about Rin. Yes, she is a high schooler at a local school. Even though she's graduating next year, I'm sure various art schools would be interested in. I thought it'd be interesting to have an exhibition of someone who is still in early stages of development. It's so strange. It's like Rin is some kind of mini celebrity, even though this is nothing but a small exhibition opening at a small art gallery of a small town. In fact, there is a friend of mine from... It's a Sal! I'm assuming that's Emmy. Because who else would she invite if I'm here? My eavesdropping is interrupted by a familiar voice and a familiar slap to the back. I don't need to guess the source of either, even without turning around. Hi, Emmy. Hey, girlfriend.
Hi! Are you like a representative of the art club or something? I don't see anyone else from the school here.
I don't know, really. I guess I am, if that's the case. What about you?
What about me? You didn't think I'm interested in art? Is that it, Hisao?
No, that's not what I... Well, maybe a little if you put it that way. I mean, even though you hang out with Rin, I've never heard you talk about art with her, so... Emmy huffs and looks around her, looking discontented.
It's true, I don't get it at all. But she came to my track meet, so I thought it's only fair to return the favor.
True. She leans closer, trying to look confidential, but only managing to look conspiring.
Do you get art?
No. No, I don't. Not a fucking bit. At all. My emphasizing headshake draws a giggle and a cheery headshake of her own out of Emmy.
Me neither. Hey, let's go talk with Rin. I bet you haven't yet because I haven't either. Come on.
Oh, this is gonna be so fucking awkward.
This is so awkward.
Look at my situationship. Before she has a chance to forcefully drag me to Rin, Nomi appears behind her with Rin in his tow. She's not dressed for the occasion, instead opting for the usual school uniform and unkempt hair. Maybe her natural look is what suits her the best.
Hello, teacher! Hi, Rin!
Unfazed, Emmy greets the teacher cheerfully, causing him to turn around and look down confusedly. Who are you? Bro.
I'm Emmy from school, class 3-4. Don't you remember?
She looks positively shocked at the prospect that there could be a person who doesn't know her. Oh, sorry. You're in the same class as Tezuka is, right?
Yeah.
You'll have to pardon me. I have trouble remembering students who don't take art.
Don't mind. Hi, Rin.
Hello.
Congratulations for your super cool art thing. I'm sure you'll be a big hit.
She throws her arms into the air for a boisterous emphasis, almost hitting me in the face. Ah, fuck!
Sorry! And look, Hisao came too!
Rin doesn't look at me, nor does she greet me. Yup, I severely fucked up. Congratulations, Rin. She keeps averting her gaze, pointedly looking at her sandals. Oblivious to the tension between us and ignorant of what happened yesterday, Emmy keeps on blabbering about this and that to an unresponsive Rin. I guess she's used to not getting much out of her at times. Before long, Nomiya and Sai turn to Rin, introducing her. Expecting it, I catch the second of confusion when the guests see her arms. Sai is luckily on the ball and briefly explains about our school. Doubtful faces quickly change to curious. Would you mind telling us something about your art? I thought the development is quite easily noticeable. What do you yourself think of the differences between the older and more current works? It's quite rare for someone so young to dabble into abstraction.
It would have been interesting to see how you work.
Oh, definitely. I assume you use your feet? Must have been a great trouble to learn it. You should be proud. Will you be pursuing a career as an artist after school? Oh boy. She's bombarded with so many questions, she can't even hope to answer all of them. Maybe that's for the best. Rin tends to talk nonsense more than occasionally. So where do you get your ideas? That's the fifth worst. Oh boy. They didn't prep her for this? Rin keeps stumbling with her words, looking more and more vexed by the expected inquiries. Everyone is waiting for her to say something, but she looks like a cat got her tongue. Each question piling up just adds to her distress. I fail to hear the question that is the proverbial one too many. It's like a motor stalling. Oh dear. Oh dear. Rin just freezes for a long, long second, until she falls on her knees, hitting the floor ungracefully like a sack of potatoes. Are you alright? I don't know. Tezuka? What's wrong, girl? Maybe we should get her up and out? Like, she's clearly overwhelmed. I don't know what's wrong. A terrible silence falls upon the people gathered around Rin. Everyone is petrified, not knowing how to react to her sudden seizure or something. She breathes with deep, trembling gasps as if she was running out of air, staring ahead of herself with hollow eyes. Seeing that nobody does anything, I force myself to step to Rin and lift her up from the floor, letting her lean against me to keep standing. Would you like some fresh air? Okay, let's go outside for a bit. I don't even wait for her to answer before grasping her shoulder and pulling her past the stunned-looking Nomiya, Sai, Emmy, and guests. Excuse us. Yeah, let's just get her away from this, because she's overwhelmed. She is I think she's overstimulated and doesn't know how to deal with it. The cool evening breeze hits my face at the door. I let go of Rin and she leans against the stone wall, trying to catch her breath. Are you alright? I couldn't say anything. Rin is still not looking at me, so I look away too. The streetlights and colored neon signs twist my vision into a blur of near blindness, forcing me to look back. At least she talks, even if she's not directing her words to me. What did you want to say? Maybe both of us can imagine that we're talking to an invisible friend. I don't know. Something that would have meant something. The silence lasts for a long time. I don't feel comfortable being alone with Ren. I'm not good at imagining things that don't exist, do. Or the things that exist don't. We should go back in. The guests Sai invited are in there, and they probably want to meet you and talk with you. You know, ask you questions and stuff about those paintings you worked so hard for. I don't want them to ask me questions like that. I can never say the right things. What do you want then? That someone wouldn't have to ask questions from me. Alright, this is the last choice on her route. Yes? Oh. That was an email. Oh, wow. There's 3 scenes for the fucking neutral ending? Alright, last choice. But if you found someone like that, then what? Do you really think that it would be some kind of be-all, end-all thing? Star-crossed lovers and happily ever after? My question is met with a blank stare. The darkness in her eyes unfazed by the thinly veiled bitterness. No, I don't think that. But at least then I wouldn't have to be alone. Wait, can I... I should have just done this. I was checking to see what the fuck the thing was. She whispers the words to the lights of the town, but I hear them anyway. I shouldn't have done this. Not yet. The exhibition? She nods and closes her eyes, breathing calmly out as if to prove she can, and then continues talking to herself. Why? Wrong conjunction of the planets? No, not that. I double-checked and I got up with the left foot and did everything else left. Right. It's me. I was wrong. She stands straight and stretches before stepping past me out onto the street. Wait, where are you going? She stops on her tracks and turns around, looking at me quizzically. School. I'm leaving. What? Why? Because I want to be me. At least she acknowledges that, yeah, this was probably too soon for her. I probably shouldn't have done this, right? This was probably too much for me. I need to take some water. God, I hate that my voice is, cracking at the most inopportune times. Alright. Rin walks off, leaving me behind utterly confused. Rin! But something she said really touched me. Or maybe it was the way she said it. Maybe it was the fact that she said it. I want to say something back to her, before I forget this feeling again. As if granting me a wish, Ren stops in her tracks. She doesn't turn around, just keeps waiting for me to say what I want to, even though I didn't have time to think what. Ren, listen, I don't believe you have to be alone, even if you never meet anyone like that. I don't know if she heard my words, but either way, she doesn't react in any way. For the final time, she starts walking away from the gallery. So, where's Tezuka? I can only shake my head, but as it doesn't seem to be a sufficient answer, I have to say something. She ran away. What? The horrific realization spreads on his face like wildfire. This is a fiasco! Catastrophe! What is that girl thinking? The most important event of her life and she just runs off? Did you literally not see her fall to the ground onto her knees? Bro? And you! Why didn't you stop her? I'm going to hold you personally responsible. You're a dick! Sai interrupts him, holding her hands up calmingly. It's good she intervened. The teacher was starting to get a few weird looks from the nearby guests. No, Shinichi. She probably just had stage fright. I don't know her as well as you people do, but I did get the image that she is somewhat peculiar. This kind of thing can happen. It'll be fine. I'll explain that she suddenly became ill. The guests will surely understand. But... look around you. Everyone seems to be rather happy with their free wine and chit-chat. The guests will be fine, but we're missing on opportunities here. Networking, making contacts and acquaintances. As the adults keep arguing about something that can't be helped, Emmy tugs my sleeve to get my attention. She doesn't look very happy either.
Come on.
Where?
We're going to find Rin and kick her ass.
What?
I can't believe it. She's so stupid. That Rin, how can she do this? I'm telling you, she doesn't have a bit of common sense in her head.
Emmy is seriously angry, only missing steam rising from her ears. I guess I understand Emmy. She is that kind of a person. Give up has never felt like a part of her vocabulary, and maybe she feels it shouldn't be a part of anyone's vocabulary. It's probably best to leave her alone for tonight.
What? Are you a Rin expert now?
Hey, I've been spending a lot more time with her than you have! She takes a firm stance and puts her hands on her hips confrontationally. It's like she wants to pick a fight with me, too. No, I don't think that's even possible in the first place. I just don't think kicking her ass would do her any good. My melancholic remark surprisingly works, as Emmy slumps her shoulders a little in sighs.
I know that. I know that.
You do?
The last time I did that, it changed nothing.
I wonder if she's talking about her own path there. Let me see. Or maybe she's literally... maybe she did that previously to Ren. The ride back to school in an empty late-night bus is silent. Both of us keep staring at the lights flashing past the windows without saying a word. The nightly grounds are quiet, lit only by the wan moon and yellow lampposts. We say our goodnights in front of my dormitory. Emmy reflexively clenching her fists compels me to ensure that she won't assault Rin the moment I let her out of my sight. Promise me to not go scold her? She looks up at me, her eyes again flaring with anger that I match with as calming a stare as I can. It's only easy to face an angry woman if you're not the target of her ire. After a minute of the mismatched staring contest, she sighs and shakes her head in defeat.
You're too nice, Asao. Did you know that?
Hints of a smile are tugging the corners of her mouth as she says that, and she seems a lot more relaxed. What a sudden change in mood. Maybe she wasn't as angry as it seemed to begin with. Maybe her moods change easily. If I was, I would have let you have your way.
Does that mean you're only nice to Rin?
Both of us are hiding our concern behind empty jokes, but at least it puts me in a good mood. Emmy waggles her eyebrows with a half-amused smirk, trying to push my buttons. Not gonna work. No, it just means I'm not nice only to you.
Hey!
Good night, Emmy. Oh boy. Damn, I did not think we were that close to the end. I think we're getting close to the end, honestly. We have 3 scenes that lead up to the neutral ending? So that's technically 4, right? No, 5. Alright. God, it's still crazy about that. Alright, let me see. Oh. We might actually finish the route today, then. Damn, I did not think we were gonna do that! I thought we had one more! Yeah, because these must be the neutral ending, then. So we have 1... Well, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 6 scenes! One of these has to be the bad ending, so that's 5. Damn, we might actually finish this tonight, then. Damn, I did not think we were that close. Okay. We're gonna take a break, because my throat is aching. Alright. Close chat for a moment. Damn, I did not think we were that close. Like, I genuinely believe that, like, oh, we're gonna have another, like... we're gonna have to do this we're gonna have to do this again, like, next time as well, but no! No, we don't. I'm actually so happy about that. Because God knows, like, she's wiped me the fuck out. Okay. Currently trying to get the music up. Oh, I was like, why is it not coming up? Oh, come on, search query, please. There it is. You know, something that I realize I haven't done is I'm wondering if I should like go back through my Katawa Shoujo playlist and edit the titles to mark which route is like, you know, like which girl's route we're on for that part. Okay. Wait, do I have this on... I always forget if I have it on repeat. Okay. Alright, we are gonna be going to intermission, which means you can go get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, basically do whatever it is you want, because we're gonna be taking a 30 to 40 minute break. And I do need to stretch, because my legs and my hips are aching, so we'll be back here shortly. So see you soon. Okay. Boop. Now I'm officially back. Oh, man. Currently checking stuff right now. Sushi, for fuck's sake. Why do you do this? Oh my god. I'm sick of you pushing that door open. God, I fixed my door a few weeks ago because I'm so sick of the hinges squeaking. Now every time Sushi wants to come in, when she pushes the door open, it goes like halfway open. I have to get up and close it, and I hate it so much. Alright. Alright. God, I'm not gonna lie, I got so flustered. I got so flustered when, that person jumped into chat. Yeah, honestly, that felt like it. Mainly because, like, I looked, because, again, I'm playing the game, right? I'm looking at the chat, and I'm seeing somebody just being, like, just spamming stuff. Right? And I'm already like, okay, this is... Like, I never want to assume anything, right? But I'm like, okay, this is clearly a child. This is clearly a kid, right? But you never know, right? And then, of course, I get the first question of, like, how old are you? And I'm like, I'm an adult. I'm an adult. And then of course, like, you know, talk to me instead of playing. And it's like, no, can't do that. I didn't answer to that because immediately I was like, I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude, but because I took that as like, that's not what I do here. Like, a part of me, the knee-jerk reaction was to kind of like clap back because I was like, is this person like being rude to me, right? But I kind of just restrained. I was like, no, don't bite into it. Don't get fed into the bait. You know? And then of course another question of like, you know, how old are you? And then of course, you're a guy, right? And I'm like, and then of course, why do you do these live streams when you get so less viewers? And it's like that's when I was like, okay, that's rude. like I know, like, that's, like, again, I meant it when I said that, like, I took that as, like, them being rude, because I'm, like, and not to mention, too, like, I'm also, like, getting asked, like, how old I am, and the fact that, like, I'm mistaken for a man. Listen, I know my voice, like, here's the thing, I know my voice does not sound typical of a woman. I know it's deeper than most women's are, but man... But yeah, I just got so flustered, and I feel like I know I wasn't being harsh, right? But I felt like I was being too harsh. Like, I know I wasn't, right? Because, like, I'm stating, you know, because again, like, because to me, I was feeling like, oh no, I feel like I am, you know, I'm getting questions that because I know that, I mean, I know people may not understand, like, you know, like, well, why does it matter if someone asks you, like, how old you are? And it's like, it's the way it was being asked that I was like, this feels invasive. Like, this feels a little too pushy. You know what I mean? You know, then, of course, being mistaken as a man, that, I mean, I think I've expressed before how, like, you know, how people mistaking me as a man because of my voice kind of like sets something off in me, and I should express, I'm not blaming them. I'm not. How could they have known, right? I'm just saying. And then of course, You know, and then of course, why do you do these live streams when you get so less viewers? And it's like, I do these live streams regardless of whether or not I have viewers. Like, why does it matter? And then, of course, I found out that they were a child, and I'm like, oh, fuck me. Because I should express, because here's the thing. I have it on YouTube that my streams are not meant for kids. They're not. That has been a thing since YouTube implemented it. My streams are not for children. Like, I don't do adult streams, you know. Like, they're not NSFW or anything. But my content is definitely not something that children should watch. You know, and I felt really fucking, like, uncomfortable the fact that, like, oh, we're heading into a sex scene with a child in the chat. And I'm like, I don't know how to go about dealing with that. 'Cause it's like, I can't stop a child from watching my stream. And I don't want to ban them because I feel like that's just, I don't know, maybe that should have been the right move. Maybe I should have done that. I don't know. I don't know what the right move was. Thankfully, it seemed like they left before I started getting into the really, like, explicit stuff, which, thank God. But I will say, I just got really fucking flustered because I'm not used to chat going that quick. I'm not... You know, not to mention, like, I also don't like being told that I need to reply to somebody. When I'm, like, there's a reason I take breaks to reply to chat when the game, you know, like, when whatever scene I'm in is not gonna be, like, is not that intense, you know what I mean? I don't know, I just got really flustered. I just got really fucking flustered. I got really flustered. I mean, again, I'm not gonna hold it against them because they're a child at the end of the day, and kids, I know that kids do not, like, they don't know much of anything about chat etiquette and all that, and I know it sounds stupid to say that, but again, I don't like spam in the chat. Like, I don't like spam in the chat. I don't like people telling me what to do in chat. And I also don't like it when, like, chat deviates from, like, what is going on screen. Like, that is, I mean, and I know people are gonna be like, are gonna think, like, you know, I'm being too strict. No, too weird about that. And it's like, and I should express, like, I'm someone who also watches streams. And to, you know, like, I'm also a live stream viewer as well. And and the streamers that I watch, you know, they have rules in their chat that say, you know, don't spam, don't backseat, and don't, and keep chat topics relevant to what is going on in the stream. Like, those are the rules that I follow by, right? So it's like, but again, I'm not gonna hold it against them. They're a kid, and I think their parents need to monitor them better, but that's neither here nor there. But I forgot to ask how... No, wait, I did ask, actually. I remembered this time that I asked everybody how they were doing. I've been doing good. Again, it's not been 2 weeks. It's only been a little over a week. But, things have been going good. Just kind of like, trudging along the days and all that. Preparing for the warmer weather, which is good. I will say, I have been looking into, music since last week? Yeah, last week. Because I will say, I've been wanting to, like, I've been wanting to listen to more, lo-fi music for a little while, but unfortunately the thing is, I don't really know many, like, artists, right, on YouTube, because the thing is, I know people might be like, you know, maybe you should try Spotify, and it's like, here's the thing, I barely use Spotify as it is. Like, I have an account, you know, I've had it since, 2021, right? No. I think, actually, it may have been, because I know it was around the pandemic era. Because I remember I initially made an account with Spotify because I was having a bit of, like, a nostalgia moment, and I wanted to listen to some old, emo bands I used to listen to back when I was a teenager. But I really started using Spotify once, the Kingdom Hearts 3 soundtrack released. And, but nowadays, I barely use it. Mainly because, I mean, part of it is because it's like, you know, I'm just not in the mood for the particular music that, you know, I was listening to on there. But also because, Spotify and Adblock do not work well together. And I guess it's because Spotify changed something within their browser version, at least, in terms of that, because now it's like, if I'm not careful, there are times where the web player will just stop working because it's trying to load an ad, but my ad block is blocking it, and the web player doesn't know how to handle that, so it just breaks. And I hate dealing with that, so I just don't use it. Not to mention that I don't know where to start. I don't know any lo-fi artists on Spotify. So instead, because I'm pretty sure everybody knows the Lo-Fi Girl channel. Like, with the constant live streams and such. I've been using that channel to listen to some lo-fi musics for a little bit. And I will say, I have already found some really good tracks. Thing is, I don't know how to play them. Unfortunately, that's probably going to be the part where I have to figure out how to use Spotify. But I will say, I've been really enjoying the music that they have put out. I haven't listened to any of the live streams because, but I have been listening to the compilations and such, and again, I found a lot of really good tracks. But yeah, I've found a lot of really good tracks on there, so hopefully, not to mention, I don't know how, like, they handle people using their tracks. I guess then again, it's like, what's the worst that could happen? I get hit with a copyright claim? There are some VODs on this channel that still have claims years ago because of Project Astadi. Project Astadi, Undertale. But yeah, I guess, like, the worst that could happen is a copyright claim, and even then, it's like, well, they can't get any money from me because I don't have this channel monetized. I don't know, I do want to look into, like, playing some of their tracks, because I think they're really good. I think I've explained before, like, why I feel drawn towards lo-fi music. It's just because, like, it's soft, all things considered. Like, it's soft on the ears. It makes me feel really vibesy. But I also really like the soft beats to it. It helps. It does something to my brain that just, like, not calms it per se, but it tickles the part of my brain. I think it's the autism thing that I don't think many people understand. But, hopefully I don't get in trouble. Again, this channel's not monetized. And even then, I talk over these tracks a lot of the time, so... What else? What else? You know, there is something I have been, there is something I want to talk about, but it's also like, I don't know if, I'm scared of people coming in when I'm in the middle of one of my, ramblings, and it's, because I think about, oh god, what stream was it? Was it like the first was it the first part of Rin's route where I was talking about the fanfic is ruining modern literature video, and I was talking about one of the books I had, and I was describing it, and then someone came in when I was in the middle of describing it, and they were like, dude, what the fuck? And I'm like, shit! Like, I felt so embarrassed. I felt so embarrassed. Because I was like, you know, like, it feels weird to be embarrassed about that, because it's like, no, I'm just fucking yapping. I'm yapping about something, like this person's just hopping in. It's not their fault, but they're hopping in when I'm in the middle of talking about something, so they're not getting any context whatsoever. But regardless, I felt so embarrassed. I was like, ugh, I cringe so much thinking about that moment. And I'm afraid of that happening again. But, okay, I guess I could talk about it. So yes, you know, so I've mentioned before, right, that I love watching book reviews on YouTube, especially those of bad books. Bad book reviews are so good, mainly because it's just funny to look at this like, work that I personally think is trashy, you know, because it's funny, you know, like, we all like to laugh at cringe stuff, right? But, there was one book, but I was watching one yesterday, and I'm not gonna say the title of it, because quite frankly, just the title of it itself makes me feel gross, makes me feel disgusted, and I, like, if you ever want to know personally how bad it was, I was in the middle of eating dinner, and I decided to click on the video because, you know, I like to eat dinner with entertainment. As soon as the video starts and we're talking about the book, my stomach just gets that feeling of, like, all the food in there is just getting ruined, not defiled, ruined and rotted, you know, because I feel so disgusted. you ever like watch something that just makes you regret eating in that moment? That's what it felt like. And the book is marketed as like a dark romance, right? But what I will say is that not only was it just disgusting and gross and very, like, repulsive, honestly, like, reviling, it was also just very, like, gratuitous with its violence, and it's specifically of the sexual variety, you know, like, it just felt very gratuitously violent and sexual, and it's like, ugh. And it just made me, think about, like, man, this is what people find sexy? This is what people find erotic? It's gross. It's gross. But I will say, I feel like lately I have been watching way too many, like, dark romance book reviews on YouTube. And, I mean, not only are they all just the same fucking thing, it's also just, like, there are some moments where it's, like, some of the books will just, like, delve into some of the grossest shit possible. I remember, like, there's one book in particular that made me feel almost as gross as the one last night, and it's a Beauty and the Beast, and it's an adult Beauty and the Beast adaptation, just simply titled The Beast. And the way that book was so fucking gross. That book was so gross. Like, how do you make a monster fucker erotica gross as fuck? You know, without the use of tentacles. Like, I don't want to go into detail, but it was so bad. It was so bad. But if anything, but I will say, like, a lot of these dark romances have actually made me start thinking, like, what if I could write my own, right? What if I could write my own? Like, I do have an outline. Like, I haven't written it down yet. I still really need to think about the plot and such, but I do at least have an outline, the bare bones of an outline prepared. I already know what characters I want to do for it, what the plot I want to be is and such. I even have, like, I have a lot of things figured out. But I'm wondering if I should really go for it, because I haven't written anything in, like, close to 3 years outside of, like, little things here and there. And not to mention, I would also need to consult with people, because the plot I want to go for is, like, a little bit unorthodox for a dark romance, at least from what I've seen. And I want to ask people, like, okay, how do I go about doing this? Because I've never done anything like this before. Because I was basically thinking, like, a dark romance with a murder mystery plot. And I have a twist in mind for it, but I want to, like, but again, I would have to consult people who have done mysteries and are like, how do I go about doing this? And how do I make the twist work, right? But I don't know, I feel like it would be really fun. I don't know, I feel like it would be fun to do something like that. I mean, I guess, like, the thing is like, I don't know if I would ever get it professionally published. Mainly because there's some, legalities that I don't want to undergo. I don't want to do. But I don't know, I think it would be fun. I just never thought that because I have been thinking about publishing something. And the funny thing is, I considered it to be a children's book. And it's an idea I've had for, like, years. I've never, like, tried to write anything down for it, mainly because it has a bit more of a surreal plot. Like, it's a bit more surrealistic. And I don't know how to go about doing that, but I kind of figured that would be my first ever published work as, like, an actual author. But I don't know, the dark romance definitely has its claws in me. You know, I mean, I'm not saying it would be good or anything. Like, I think if anything, I would obviously want to, like, put out a high-quality product, like a high-quality novella. But I don't know if I would say it's gonna be good, you know? I don't know. Again, it's just an idea I had. Like, I'm not saying I'm gonna do this, but I think it would be fun. Not to mention to see, like, how other people would, review it, you know? Granted, it would be hard for me to not look at people's reviews of my book, because, you know, I want to know what people think, right? Like, and trust me when I say, if people want to critique it, that's perfectly fine. Like, I'm not gonna put you on, I would never put anyone on blast for their opinion. Like, I know that my works are not for everybody's taste. But I don't know, but I still want to know what everybody thinks. Again, I'm not sure if I'm gonna go through with it. This could just be an idea that, like, that will probably may end up not going anywhere. It's just gonna remain on the cutting room floor, as they say. But I don't know. I could do it. I could. I guess it's just a matter of, like, you know, would I do it, and would people like it? Again, because I will say this, out of all the dark romances that I have seen reviewed over the last couple years, at least I can guarantee that mine is different. That's elitist. That sounds so fucking elitist. That sounds so smug and arrogant of me. Like, at least I know mine would be different. It sounds so bad. But I mean, objectively, I will say, out of all the dark romance books I've seen reviewed over the years, I at least know mine would be different enough that, you know, I can at least say that it would definitely be different from those, you know? Just by virtue of one, being queer, and two, I've never seen a murder plot be used. I've never seen a murder plot in a dark romance book, which is surprising. Like, not to say, of course, that murder hasn't happened, it's more so like, it's just a thing that happens, as opposed to, like, investigating a murder. Like, the murder is usually done by the people, but the protagonist that I want to go with, like, is investigating said murder. Again, I don't know if I'm gonna go through with it. I don't know. It would be fun, but I could also crash and burn. Who knows? Not to mention, I don't even know what the fuck my pen name would be. Cause obviously, like, my pen name online is Maltese Fabulise, and I can't use that as a professional pen name, quote unquote. But I also feel weird using Airi as a pen name, because it's like, I'm white, first of all. I'm white, obviously. But, yeah, and Airi is not a white person name. But also, I would also not want Airi, like, the name Airi to be associated with, like, my books, if that makes sense. I don't, like, as a professional, you know, it's hard to explain. Like, I think, if anything, I would kind of want to keep, like, some aspects of the Airi persona versus the author persona separate. Again, I don't know. Anyway, I think we've spent enough time on this. So let me get to the, let me retweet the stuff. You know what's funny? I still haven't, I haven't even told anybody, like, oh yeah, I have this idea, I'm kind of maybe thinking of turning into a book one day, but I don't know if I'm gonna go through with this, so that's why I haven't said much about it. Excuse me. Yes, I know, Muskrat, I'm not verified, I'm not giving you my money. Man, I hate it when Twitter just tells me, like, oh yeah, you're not verified, by the way, and it's like, yeah, I know I'm not. I'm never giving this site my money. What do I want the caption for this to be? There we go. Excuse me. Oh, that was something I forgot to speak about, too. I actually, like, it's a quick thing. I saw something that said that, Twitter, apparently now you can block Grok from editing your photos? I don't know how true that, like, I saw people talking about it, and I was like, and I wasn't sure if I completely believed them. I wasn't sure. And I didn't completely believe them, because I'm like, can you, though? I did see something that said, like, oh, it doesn't work, but I haven't seen enough people talking about it, so I don't know. It would be nice if you could block Grok from editing your photos. That would be great. So I could finally have my fucking Twitter open again after months now of it being locked. Or better yet, hey, God, if you can hear me, please take care of the muskrat. I'm sick of his ass. Alright, we're gonna say goodbye to Firefox for now, and we'll come back to it when we're done with the finale. God, I still can't believe how close we are to like to the ending of Rin's route. I will say though, we are getting close. We are gonna have another sex scene. So yeah, it only turns out there's 2 of them. At least, I will say the second sex scene I think is a lot more, better than the first one, in terms of the mood. Okay. Okay, let me switch screens over. Okay, 8 hours. So we're closing in on Emmy's stuff. Oh God, forgot how loud the music is. Alrighty. Okay. The last day before summer vacations is waning slowly. Science is the final exam of the trimester, and then we are free. The collective yearning for liberty is almost palpable in the classroom, even though the weather seems a tad cloudy. It might rain today, who knows? I've already finished the test because it was pretty easy, so I'm doodling lazily on the flip side of the paper, waiting for Muto to call time. It also prevents Misha from trying to covertly look at my answers over my shoulder. She might fool the inattentive teacher, but I can tell that she's trying to look. I guess it's her best bet at passing the test. Doesn't make me feel any mercy, though, so I just ignore her and look around me. It's quiet. The only sounds in the classroom are the quiet shuffling of papers and Muto's constant coughing. It makes my awareness of the surroundings slowly drift to the backstage of consciousness, giving room to other things. Vacation, huh? Some people will stay at the school even over the holidays. Some will go back to their families. I don't know what to do. I should go buy a train ticket for my trip back home, but I can't bring myself to do it. I bet I'm going to get a call from home again. Mom's going to pester me about when I'm coming back, and I'm not going to know what to answer. This is really lousy. In the current state of things with Rin, it feels like I can't just bail out of here and pretend we're through. And now she has other problems of her own. I thought that the exhibition opening would give her a breather, but I was sorely mistaken. The tangle just seems to thicken. Yes? A sharp knock on the door interrupts the quiet but frantic mood of the last 15 minutes of the exam. Come in. Uh-oh. The opening door reveals the art teacher, who steps in with his jacket swirling around him as though in a gust of wind. He glances at Muto, who glances back at him. A frown spreads simultaneously on both of their faces as the men measure each other with their gazes. Excuse me, can I borrow Mr. Nakai for a moment? Excuse me, Mr. Nomiya, but we are in the middle of an exam here. A chilly atmosphere suddenly spreads in the middle of the summer afternoon as the 2 men try to stare each other down. This is urgent, and it seems that Nakai has already finished. Both men turned to look at me, staring at me like a pair of basilisks trying to petrify a tasty snack. It's true that I've been idle for a good while now, so Nomiya is right, but... Nakai, would you like to check your answers one more time? Muto speaks with an odd intonation, weighting certain words as if trying to send a message. The pressure from their stares makes me rapidly shake my head, which is apparently interpreted as an answer of some sort. Very well. Nakai, go with Mr. Nomiya if you please. Take your bag with you and bring your test paper to my desk. You have a nice vacation. Thanks. Arigato, sensei. You too, teacher. The entire world. Excuse me? Well, at least the classroom seems to hold its breath just for me. Oh my god, why do I always get these emails? Putting the exam on hold until I stand up, collect my stuff, and walk to the door. I can feel the stares in the back of my neck. My classmates probably think I'm in for some detention or something on the last day of the school before summer vacation. I don't know what the teacher wants from me, but I can guess it probably is not detention, and also that it probably has something to do with Rin again. Nomiya doesn't take me anywhere, contenting himself with the hallways it's completely abandoned. Do you know where Tezuka is? So she is trying to avoid the teacher. Par for the course, probably. I wonder if she realizes that she can't avoid dealing with this indefinitely. I have no idea. You've probably asked her in her homeroom next door. Of course I have! I've searched every nook and cranny of this blasted school in the girls' dorm. You're the last one to see her since yesterday, and you're her friend. Work with me here. Aren't you worried? I am, but I don't know what I could do. Rin did something incomprehensible yesterday, even for her. She seemed really confused. Maybe she just wants some time to think then. I got the feeling that she had second thoughts about having that exhibition. Or something. She really didn't explain what was wrong. What second thoughts? I don't know, just got that feeling. She literally said, I shouldn't have done this yet. Bro! I'm being a little dishonest with the teacher, but this is not something I should be meddling with. He came to me. Yes, why? Maybe he thinks I'm some kind of confidant of Rin's, but I don't think I can help with this matter. The teacher huffs and scratches his head in confusion. What's up with that girl? Does someone like her? She's always been so goal-driven. Goal-driven? Those don't really strike me as words to describe Rin with. To me, she always felt obsessive at best. I don't mean to be rude, but wasn't it you who pushed Rin to that direction in the first place? Her goal is my goal. That is a mentor's job. I guess so. I just don't know if painting can make her happy. That's pretty preposterous of you to say, Nakai. You don't know her as... I know her better than you do, at least! He suddenly sounds pretty irate. Did I say something stupid? You don't understand, do you? It's not a question of happiness. For every gain, there is a sacrifice to be made. There is no free lunch, but could I? Would I let that girl waste away her talent if she has a moment of doubt? Never! You know, there does come the whole thing of like, maybe we shouldn't monetize our hobbies because it can lead to us just despising them. But what do I know? Painting is work, just like any other. Tezuka might make it look like child's play to you, but she works hard every day to make her art. To become extraordinary, one has to make an extraordinary effort. The more the teacher talks, the more I feel that Rin doesn't think like that, even though I have no idea how she thinks. I can very well understand why she would sacrifice her summer vacation and make up for the lost classes and exams to get a chance at showing her art. Have you talked to her about this? Like, how do you know that's what she wants? Like, you know, I'm beginning to think I know why she never went for this before I encouraged her. This is the path she has taken, and to go all the way, that's not easy. She literally expressed that she doesn't want to. I know she's young, and things are hard for her, just like for all of the kids here in this school, but that's no excuse. He is finished. But do you have anything like what art is to Tezuka? No. That's right. I have only vague ideas of my future, no goal to shoot for, no dream to blindly reach for. I joined the art club in search of something I could be interested in, to get inspired by. Did I find something like that? All I found in the end was Rin. No, I don't have a passion like that. Then you can't understand! His flat statement allows no counter-argument. But she might not understand even herself. Still, I carry on arguing, out of spite if for nothing else. How could she not? She's been at it so hard for the past few weeks that she put off even coming to school, not to say anything about attending class. Don't be ridiculous. She literally was having a mental breakdown upstairs from like a few feet from where you and Sai were, and you could give less of a fuck. My guy, shut the fuck up! I don't think I'm being ridiculous, but as I have no rebuttal, Nomiya seems to consider this one his win. At any rate, the opening was quite successful despite Tezuka hardly showing up. Many people were interested in her work, and one piece was even sold for a reasonable price. Well, that's nice, isn't it? Yes, it's fantastic news! I hoped that Tezuka would come to her senses when she heard about this, but... He sighs and takes off his glasses, cleaning them against his jacket before putting them on his nose again. At any rate, I should be going. There's this mess to be settled with Sai and everyone. If you see Tezuka, please ask her to come see me. Otherwise, have a nice vacation. Thanks. After he has disappeared around the corner, I ponder where Rin could really be. It feels like she has not one, but at least half a dozen of these secret places. I balance between the desire to solve this tangle and to drop it for good. The disused classroom is just a few feet away. What to do? As I push open the door, only the shadows greet me from the inside. Hey there. She's standing in the middle of the sunlit room, peering through the gaps of the curtains out into the yard. Oh, got a new scene. Problems of self-referential logic. Like so often before, she doesn't start or jump, just calmly waits for me to make the first move. It's as if she's trying to become a permanent part of the furniture. The teacher's looking for you. A blank look over her shoulder is all I get, accompanied by a cryptic non-expression on her face. Are you looking for me too? Nah, I already found you, didn't I? Did you? She furrows her brow, looking so puzzled that it makes me wonder if the question was asked in all seriousness. Maybe it was. Are you talking metaphorically now? Do you mean like eels, caves, and dark stormy nights? I'm bad at talking like that. The abruptly ended greetings give me the chance to close the door behind me and sit down on a dust-covered desktop. Rin stays standing, but at least she turns around. I soon wish she didn't, though. So oppressive is her expectant stare. This is her place, and I'm an intruder, although a tolerated one. Despite that, she still waits for me to say something. If I only knew what. The sunlit silence presses me towards decisions. I came here without really thinking what I would do, apart from delivering Nomiya's short message in case Rin was here. She was, and now I don't know what else I want to say. What else I should say? What else should I say? I hover between my two options for a moment. Rin being troubled troubles me, too. It's a surprising revelation, almost as big as realizing that she really is troubled was. Wait, what? Almost as big as realizing that she really is troubled was. Does that make sense? Nothing I can do would probably help, and I might be partially to blame, too. Does it mean I should just wash my hands of her? Didn't think so. So, what's wrong? Nothing. She starts to turn away again, as if trying to physically exit a conversation she doesn't want to have. Rin, stop trying to dodge me or I'll leave. Okay. Do you want me to leave? Are you still angry? It took us, or wasn't only me, 10 seconds to swamp the conversation into this. I wish you could erase the past, or failing that, forget all about it. I've wished for that more than once in the last few months. Let's put that aside for the time being, alright? If you say so. I do. So, what's wrong? Sai and Nomiya were not too happy that you just ran off yesterday. You left them in quite a pinch, and I suppose the teacher wants some kind of an explanation. It seemed like you just threw out everything you had worked for, and I don't get why. Did I make a mistake? My reprimanding and her flat answer goes so much against the usual expectations and presumed interactions that it might just as well be somebody else talking. Neither of us is like we used to be. This stiff, constricting feeling I get every time I look at Rin nowadays seems to be mirrored in her own behavior. I hate things that go irreparably wrong. Ever since February, I've hated them. What can I say? Her question is trailed by a compelling quizzical stare that makes me sigh and frown. Hello, new viewer. Welcome to the stream. We just got back. Well, I think we're a little bit, like 20 minutes or so away from our intermission. Hope you stay and enjoy the stream. God, I couldn't say that right. Oh, hello, another new viewer. Hope you're doing well. As I said, we're just 20 minutes out from a break. Hope you stay and enjoy the stream. Conversations nobody wants to have are the worst. I don't know. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it probably was pretty stupid. She responds with a sigh of her own, although hers is not nearly as heavy as mine was. I just couldn't do it. But why? What's wrong? A pause. A furrowed brow, a quiet voice. Let it be, Hisao. I don't think I can really explain it in a way that would make sense. Yeah, Rin doesn't want to have this conversation either. That may be for the better. But how rare of her to admit that even she has some kind of limits. I always thought Rin was all but ignorant of her tendency to get distracted. So much that she inadvertently So much that she inadvertently obfuscates everything she says. You never explain anything in a way that would make sense. Nobody else has ever asked me to. I guess that's how it is. But I always wanted to make sense of you, to find out who you are. I still want to, can't you see? I know you can't. But I do. But I do. Is that why I keep this up? It pains you as much as it pains me. It's unlikely to be of any use to either. We did things and said things that can't be undone. It's as if you and me being close to each other just hurts us both, but we still deliberately keep doing it. Isn't that silly? Even now, I can see how you force yourself to respond, even though you owe me nothing. Even if it's hard to talk about things like this. Why? Why is it that you paint? Because I don't know what else I could do. It's like this feeling that there's no choice, that it's the only possibility. Like when there are only watermelon-flavored popsicles left in the store, but you need to eat a popsicle. Her poor metaphor aside, she didn't really answer anything. If possible, this makes even less sense than not knowing. But if you don't want to paint... Not like that. You had to come to this school even though you probably didn't want to have a heart attack. She pauses, frowning as if something in what she said didn't please her. At least I think you wouldn't. At least I think you wouldn't. Her careful follow-up is followed in turn by another, shorter pause with another, smaller frown. Would you like to have a heart attack? No, I wouldn't, and I didn't want to. But you're doing fine, aren't you? Or are you still sad about it? Ren's question makes me realize that I haven't really thought about my illness for weeks. Aside from chugging down my medication every day, there's been no need to concern myself with my broken heart, which I'm only thankful for, really. Getting to know new people, a new school, a new town, a new life, it all has caught me and made the past fade away. No. I guess even I can't dwell on the past indefinitely. See? Even watermelon doesn't really taste bad if you have to eat it. Her half-nonsensical closure seems to put an end to the subject in Ren's mind, so I just nod in uncertain confirmation. There are two kinds of silences. Awkward ones that you want to break, and comfortable ones that you don't mind. The first kind is bad, because it makes your thoughts go awry, like mine do now. Looking at Rin makes me feel bad. I don't want to feel like this. Looking at Rin makes me feel exhausted. I really tried my best. She tried to... I have no idea. But we ended up like this, and she ended up screwing up her exhibition opening. It feels like we're at a dead end. There's no direction to continue to. I reached out for her yesterday, thinking it would be the last time. She walked away. I want to be me. What the heck does that even mean? Rin, if anyone, is most definitely herself. I feel kind of relieved that I'm not the one to blame, but this still grates on my mind. Why did she run away? It didn't make sense yesterday. It doesn't make sense today. The things she said feel like they should make sense, but they just don't to me. You know, about that thing you just said. Which one of them? Painting. Sai said something like that to me before. That a true artist does not paint because she wants to, but because she must. And I've been wondering about what she said. Why do artists have to paint? My question is probably pretty stupid. At least Rin looks at me in the blank way that she seems to say so. I don't know. Am I an artist? Well, you paint stuff and you have an exhibition too. I'd say you qualify. I think I still don't know, but okay. The thinking pause that follows seems to last for half an eternity. Unlike most people, Rin doesn't flavor her thinking pauses by body language or saying like or anything. I've noticed that I might prefer her way. The usual way even annoys me, as if people were so infatuated by the sound of their own voice they just have to keep making some noise, even when they're just thinking what they could say next. Rin just comes to a full stop while she's thinking. It's disconcerting because reacting to people spacing out is always hard, but she comes off as less obnoxious. I think I want someone to see what's inside me, not the way doctors and serial killers do. The way that doesn't make me feel lonely. This is what you call metaphorical, you see. Please don't lecture me about self-evident things. It's not self-evident that this is self-evident. So, you present a painting to someone and expect him to magically see a glimpse of your soul? It's not like that. It's just a little like that, but not really. Don't you understand? I do, and I don't. You know, I feel a little bit of despair every time you ask that question. What question? About whether I understand you or not. She seems almost surprised at my clarification. Oh, it's not really a question. It's one of those kind that you don't have to answer. Rhetorical. Yeah, that's the word. A question that is not a question is a rhetorical question. How nice. That reminds me, it doesn't really make sense. What kind of a question is one that isn't a question? A rhetorical one. What kind of an answer is an answer that doesn't answer anything? Is that a rhetorical question? You're not funny. But if you don't like it, would you like me to say something else instead? I don't have any good ones, though. How about, your pants are on fire? This can be our secret language. Rin's honest-to-goodness silliness, made twice more ridiculous by the fact that I know she is dead serious, derails me like it always does. It's like some kind of a safety lock to prevent me from becoming too much of a worrywart, dragging even my own thoughts off the ground where they should be. It makes me smile confusedly, but only on the inside. Even though the corners of my mouth are not drawing into a grin, I'm still impressed by her ease of wrecking any attempt at being too serious. Could she, should she will so, forget and ignore things that bug her, things that bother her? Could she, should she will so, be free of whatever burden being her means? Or am I the only one who feels burdened by being myself? No thanks. But still, the times when I feel that I'm on the same page as you are pretty rare. It feels like there's this huge gap, and sometimes you just go to the other side, and I don't have any way to reach you from where I am. It's like you're in some completely different place at times. Even though you're right here. That's right. There's an insurmountable discontinuity, an imaginary glass wall that blocks comprehension from happening. There might be such a gap between any two people, but with Rin, it feels more tangible. Rin does not react to my thoughts, not to the ones I uttered aloud, nor the ones I did not. It's even worse with art. I'm not very good at art, I admit it. I joined the art club because I thought it could be interesting. And I guess it is. I like art. I like your art too. But just like with you, I can't comprehend it. And I'm pretty sure nobody really can. This seems to worry her slightly. Do you think so? Yeah, I guess that art is meant to be interpreted, not understood. That's how I'd put it. That's a sad thought. I guess it might feel like one. Does it make you feel sad for yourself? Rin thinks about this for a while, and then shakes her head surprisingly vehemently. The first thing she focuses her eyes on afterward is me. Both of these things make me glad and relieved. That's good, isn't it? Anyway, you should go see the teacher and apologize properly. I think he's worried about you. Can you do that? This time, she nods her head. Only, it's not as vehement. Oh boy, I remember this next scene coming up, and it's bad. Oh wow, we're getting... Okay. I mean, to be fair, though, like, Hisao's got a point. Like, the thing is with art is that you can only really draw from it your own interpretations of what it's supposed to be to you, right? Like, I don't think it's meant to be understood. I mean, what is there to understand? Because, I mean, the thing is that, like, is that artists will put things in art that they want to convey to other people, right? But the thing is that, when non-artists look at art, or I guess just people in general, when people in general look at art, they can only really draw their own conclusions from it. They can only really interpret it in what they think is being represented, what it's supposed to mean, right? I mean, not unless you were to ask the person themselves, like the artist in question, like, hey, what is this supposed to be, right? Let me see here. Like, where's the quote that she says where it's like, oh, it's something about loneliness. Yeah, here we go. I want someone to see what's inside me, not the way doctors and serial killers do, the way that doesn't make me feel lonely. And that's basically in response of, like, why do you paint, basically? So I guess the way to interpret that is that, like, Rin uses her art as a way to connect with people. Like, maybe not connect with people. She uses her art so that people will be able to see inside her. Like, basically, I guess in a way it is her wanting to connect with them, right? But the thing is, because her art is so, like, abstract, you know, people aren't really going to be able to understand her. They're only going to really be able to interpret, you know, the meaning of it. But it is interesting, like, right here. Like, because, I mean, he straight up tells her, like, I can't understand you. And I'm pretty sure nobody's going to be able to understand you. And she says, like, that's sad. And he's like, I guess it is, but does it make you feel sad for yourself? And the fact that she says that, like, no, I'm not sad for myself. I guess in a way we could argue that it's basically like her accepting that like she'll never be completely understood, and that's okay. That's okay. You don't need to. If anything, like I've learned a few years ago, like, yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna be able to completely understand somebody at their core, but you don't need to do that to love somebody, to care for somebody. Like, you just have to accept them. And I think Rin has kind of, like, learned that. It's like, I am never gonna find anybody that's going to completely understand me, but that's okay, because at least I accept myself. Oh boy. Okay. The hallway is empty, almost intimidating. Nomiya's office is the art classroom at the other end of the third floor hallway. Our steps echo disturbingly. The atmosphere is unlike on a normal afternoon. It feels like the school knows that nobody will be coming back for a month, too. The door is open, but not very inviting. I'll, wait outside. Oh boy, I remember this next scene because it is fucking harsh. Nodding barely noticeably, Rin strides in without stopping, and naturally without knocking. Maybe that's why it takes a few seconds before I hear the teacher's voice from inside. There you are! Hello. A conflict arises. Should I stay here or go somewhere else? I'm not sure if I even want to eavesdrop on them. Fuck it. Manners lose to curiosity, and so I stay close enough to listen in. Their voices echo in the hallway, but no matter. There's nobody around, save for me. Dear girl, what on earth were you thinking, leaving like that on the big night? I couldn't say anything. Compared to Nomiya's scolding tone, Rin sounds awfully quiet and withdrawn. Her words seem to drown under his. I have to say, I'm very disappointed in you, Tezuka. It was no good at all. Never mind all the things I did for you, but what about Sai? What about all the guests who wanted to meet you? There was nobody. Even Hisao. You've embarrassed us very badly, Tezuka. Reputation is what counts. Surely you know that. It's all right. I don't need it. Don't need? What do you think you know? Rin's replies only seem to agitate the teacher more, his voice rising with every sentence. The path of an artist is a thorny one, I'll tell you that. Thorny! You have to see the big picture. There will be bad times and good times. Things are like they are. It'll be all right, even. You might now think that it's oh so wonderful and easy, but how far would you have gotten without me? I won't always be there for you! When you lie on the floor of your minuscule room, your rent 3 weeks late, your mind blank for the 4th week straight, then you'll wish that you would listen to all Nomiya a bit more. Wow, projection much, sir? When you keep measuring how the shadow of your chair becomes longer over the spring because that's all your lethargy allows, maybe that's when you'll start caring about your career! That doesn't matter. Your resolve is not enough. I'm not a resolved person. You're not a resolved person. Then tell me, why? Why? Why did we go through all this trouble if it amounts to a mosquito shit? Oh dear, the teacher blew a fuse. Yeah, because yelling at your student because God forbid she miss an art exhibition clearly screams well-adjusted person. Him yelling at Rin makes me feel bystander's guilt. If I had gone with her, maybe he wouldn't have gotten so angry. If I had not let her run away, he wouldn't have gotten angry in the first place. I still could go and save her. I don't think I can. I was the same. I yelled at Rin too, and I'm feeling all the more embarrassed about it now. I felt justified to vent my anger at her face just because Just because I felt it was her fault that I was so frustrated. I was no more justified than the teacher is. A terrible silence sets upon the hallway. Rin does not have anything to say to Nomiya. Whether she has run out of answers or she knows the argument would only make him angrier is anyone's guess. The teacher has nothing more to say either, it seems. Or maybe he just ran out of breath. For a moment, I imagine the two of them just staring at each other. One full of red-hot anger, the other full of... Yes, what? I can't tell how Rin feels. Not before, not now. Teacher seems to expect Rin to say something too, but since she doesn't, he finally continues in a quieter but not less angry voice. What worth is there in doing so much work if the outcome is... nothing? Still, Rin will not say anything. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gotten so excited. He does not sound sorry at all. Rather, his tone is cold and sharp, like he was spitting the words out of his mouth. It seems that I was expecting too much. You're not an artist after all. Wow, fuck you, dude. All because you refuse to understand that maybe she doesn't want to be an artist. Like, professionally. Like, maybe she wants to keep it as a hobby. Like, she is an artist. It's not her fault that you failed. Yeah, not sorry at all. Cunt. He storms out of the club room and down the stairs without noticing me. After he is gone, I peek carefully inside the classroom. Rin is left standing there, in front of the teacher's desk. I couldn't say I'm sorry. Nah, you do not have to apologize to him. Nah. Like, nah. I mean, maybe apologize to Sai, because I think she would understand. But not him. Fuck him. She says it into the humid air of the classroom, not to me. But since the room won't answer her, I will have to. That was unfair of him. He was angry, but still. I can't decide how to end my sentence. Disdaining the teacher feels like disdaining my own behavior from 2 days ago. Well, to be fair though, Hisao, like, you at least recognize that, like, hey, I shouldn't have done that. You know? Stupid, but correct in hindsight. Rin won't answer, staying petrified where she stands, so I walk up to her. She stood up for herself. In a way. I didn't expect that. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, like, she did say, like, you know, let me, it's not that I forget, I just have to remind myself. Like, I really like that she told him, like, I don't want to be an artist. I don't want to have this thing. Like, I'm not, you know. You know, like, she doesn't want that. And I think it, and it is good that, like, she told him, even though he's pissed as fuck at her. Again, like, he's dealing with a lot of projection, and I honestly think, like, he is trying to live vicariously through her. Because, again, he mentions, like, oh, yeah, no, I wanted to be an artist, but I realized I couldn't do it. Keep in mind, he says that after he shares the story of his mutual friend, of his and Sai's mutual friend committing suicide. Like, I have to wonder, like, how upset were you by his death? Like, were you upset because, like, you know, you lost your friend and you grieve for him? Or were you upset because, he was an artist who wasted his potential. Like, I'm just saying. I didn't expect that. I can't determine whether it's unbecoming or not, but either way, she did it. Against me, she never did. I sort of wish she had. Maybe I wouldn't feel this bad then. Lately, it really seems that I've been wishing for all kinds of things. Rin?
Go away.
Why? What are you saying?
You're angry with me too, right? I thought you were my friend. I thought he was too.
And now it gets worse. What the fuck? I thought we were doing so well. Her voice is unlike I've ever heard it. It's bitter, sharp like needles, and she keeps staring pointedly at her toes. I don't think it's about that. He wanted you to be something you're not, and... I take a deep breath and finally catch your eyes in my own, locking our gazes. I'm sorry. I wanted us to be something else too. More than friends. Maybe that's why I couldn't contain myself and became so frustrated, just like the teacher did.
What more? There's nothing more to me than me. That's all I am. I don't understand that.
Well, the answer should be obvious, right? I remember myself thinking of the purpose of friendship. To put up with everything and anything. To be there for your friend. Did I fail as a friend, thinking it could be a stepping stone for something else? Maybe because of those thoughts, I didn't manage to put up with things, to keep it together. As outrageous as Rin is and was, I shouldn't have let myself get caught into that, especially when I started feeling the way I did towards her. So, did I fail? That's what her eyes seemed to ask. I'm sorry, Rin. I might not be able to be your friend. I don't think I could ever be a good friend to you. I say these things because they're true, not because one of us would like to hear them. But there's something that must be said. The finality of my words creates a shaking silence. For what could either of us add to that?
Why? Why does all this happen? People are doing things I don't ask for and don't want, and everyone keeps getting angry at me. I have no idea what is going on anymore. I can't stop feeling like I I can't stop feeling like I want to run away from everything.
She shuts her eyes tight and breathes out deeply, calmly. When the eyelids open, all I can see is dark green desperation.
I have no idea what's wrong with me!
Her frenetic outburst stupefies me for a moment, and for a heartbeat, we just gaze into each other's faces. Seeing her confused eyes desperately looking for answers from mine only makes me sad, because I know I have none. I don't know either. But you yourself said that things are not right nor wrong. They just are. You either accept them, work to change them, or give up. It's not that I hate you or that Teacher Nomiya does. I just think that I'm the kind of person who gives up when he feels he can't go on. And even if you hate it, this is how things are. I'm saying pretty cruel things, but I can't stop myself. The words keep rolling off my tongue with slow, hard certainty. I can see them hitting Rin almost like physical blows. As the wetness gathers into the corners of her eyes, They're still wide with the shock of rejection. As the tears start rolling down her pale cheeks, she does nothing to stop them. As they fall down on the floor one by one, she stands still, staring at me with a gaze full of hollow disbelief. By the way, this is the only, I think if I remember correctly when I was reading about this, this is actually the only time any of the girl sprites has like a crying sprite. Like Rin is the only one who gets a crying sprite. Everybody else just has sad, but no tears. But reality catches up. Oh, there we go. There's another one that hurts. Rin slumps forward as if she was deflating, and buries her face as deep in my shirt as she can. Rin is heavy and featherlight when I support her weight. She doesn't really sob or bawl, just leans against me, letting her tears burn through my shirt into the skin underneath. And I let her, bringing my hand around her shoulders in a clumsy hug that does no good to comfort her. I can feel Rin's vertebrae against my fingertips, like hard and jagged reminders of how messed up things are. Her slim shoulder quivering against my palm is a pitiable sight, and the hopelessness of being part of the cause for Rin's sadness keeps shredding my heart. To make a girl cry is the most despicable thing to do. Even Rin. Especially Rin. Behind that veil of aloofness, Rin is just a human being too. Just as confused, scared, and lost as any of us is. Most of the time it seems that there is no rhyme or reason for what Rin does and says. But for once, I think I really understand how she feels. But no words can express it, and no words can make it better. So wordless we stay, quietly waiting for her tears to run out. Time passes agonizingly slowly. Even the lazy specks of dust floating in the air seem to pause into a standstill. The obligatory wall clock is ticking distractingly from above the door. I decide against counting the seconds, because it would make them feel longer. Eventually, Rin stirs a little and, still smothering herself against my chest, mutters into my shirt.
Let me be here for a while. Please, Isao. Just give me a little while.
A soothing deluge spreads into my consciousness. The knowledge that while being here for Rin is all I can do for her, that's all she wants right now, even after all we've gone through. Sure. So she stays there. But I still can't bring myself to draw her closer so I can embrace her properly. It's because doing it would just make me so sad that I don't know if I could bear it. The realization that we might never really be able to become what we want to be for the other crystallizes into my mind as a diamond-hard enlightenment. A pang surges through my heart like an electric shock. It's painful. This clarity hurts. What can we be for each other? What meaning is there for us to desperately cling to each other even though it seems so futile? What should I say to Rin? How can I make her feel better? I don't know any of those things, and I fear knowing them would only hurt more. Forcefully, I push all of that out of my mind because I don't want to be thinking of hurtful truths. My thoughts calm down soon enough. The sadness disperses until all that is left is me and Rin, and the tender feeling of her warmth and softness against my chest. When did I fall in love with her? I can't remember, but I'm certain it was way before the warm touch of her lips on my own. On that orange-colored afternoon when she was sick with cold, and I went to see her because of unclear reasons. Her carefree attitude, the air of otherness around her, All the things that make Rin herself. Those things captured me with irresistible force. Excuse me. Excuse me. The way she could take in anything and everything, giving it only the value she herself placed, weighing all things fairly and without prejudice, seeing the world as she wanted. This is something I could never do, and Rin was probably more of a muse to me than anything ever was to her. She seemed so free to me, truly a free spirit, while I, constantly worrying about everything, seemed so inhibited that it was almost embarrassing. Maybe that's why I latched so tightly onto Rin, trying to get inside her world that was so different from my own bleak life. Before I noticed it, that irresistible force had pulled me dangerously close to her, but it turned out to be way too alien for me. And I'd forgotten Newton of all things. The gravitational force is inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the objects. So if two people feel something for each other... Even though feelings are not governed by the constants of the universe, I can't help thinking that for some time now I've been a satellite to Ren's brightly shining planet. Planet Ren. The thought makes me almost laugh. She really does seem to be from another planet at times, minus green skin and possibly some tentacles. Perhaps because of my stifled laughter, Ren pulls away and I let her go, feeling the cold when her warmth goes away, and slight embarrassment from letting my thoughts run wild like that. I credit that as Ren being a bad influence on me, while being glad at the same time that she can't read thoughts for real. Rin's bitter tears have dried up, and she looks a little more like herself again. The lost look in her eyes is still there, though. Her gaze wanders around restlessly before stopping at me. What happened just now? Can you tell me? What? What do you mean? I cried. She says that hesitantly, as if not believing it herself. Yes. She keeps staring at me, as if pleading guidance so that she wouldn't have to feel so lost. Why? You were sad. Is that what you want me to say? But isn't that obvious? I don't know. It feels weird to cry. What? I don't believe it. I mean, everyone does that. It's I bite my tongue before I finish my argument about normality. Norms do not apply to the person I'm talking to. It always felt so wrong, different from what is in me. Like I couldn't really tell what I felt. So I started thinking that maybe I don't know what I'm feeling. Maybe it's me who is wrong. I thought those kinds of things. I thought that painting was enough because I felt that I did at least that right. That all that is inside me could become a picture if I tried really hard. And it could. But it doesn't feel like it's enough anymore. Because if nobody else can see that, I'll still be alone. Was it wrong to try? Everyone got really angry at me for that. I've rarely heard Ren say this much at once before. Once she finishes, she simply shuts up, looking so neutral that it's hard to believe she just said what she did. I don't know what to think. Rin was desperate for someone to look at her paintings and somehow see right through them into her soul, to understand her feelings. Because she felt she could not express them in any other way. How can one say whether that is right or wrong? Could it be that all this time she's been trying to reach out to me like I've tried to reach out to her? I sit down on a desk to think, and to rest my legs that kept us both standing for a long while. You know, when I read a good book or look at a starry sky or whatever, sometimes I too feel something profound, like a... Shoot, I don't know how to describe it. But the instant I try to put it into words, I feel that I lose something. It doesn't feel as real, as true as it did inside my head. It feels a bit phony. Damn, even what I just said felt phony. I offer a smile that is meant to be between funny and self-deprecating, but Rin doesn't react. Anyway, it might be that nobody can ever express their true feelings so that others understand. Reality has no chance of living up to what someone has inside their head. Nothing can match that. Not even your paintings, except maybe for you. But I suppose you can't keep everything inside. You'd explode for real then. What I'm trying to say is, I don't think it's wrong to express your feelings, even if you use painting as your conduit. You just can't expect people to understand you any better than they would if you did it any other way. In fact, you can't expect people to understand you at all. It's because everything is so subjective. You see the world the way you do, but it's different from everyone else. But isn't that terrible? I guess it is, in a way. She frowns, looking probably as stricken as she can. Which is not much, but it's enough for me to understand that Rin is not particularly happy. I think it might make me sad after all. Yeah, I know. I wish I could do something to help it. I don't think I sound bitter, even though I am, a little. This is my problem. I cannot be what Rin wants for her, and for the same reason, she can't do the same for me either. She makes a difficult face, carefully trying to pick the words she wants to say. So Rin has times when it's hard to say anything too. It can't be helped, I think. But if you say that, it makes me feel a little better. It's funny how some seemingly irrelevant things are the most significant ones at times like this. Like how Rin's voice is very, very small, barely audible when she says that. And how even her short bangs can cover her eyes when she looks downwards. And how they can't cover up the deep red color rising on her cheeks and all the way to the tips of her ears. They turn into a very interesting shade of red. A deafening silence follows. It's very awkward, as if I saw something that wasn't meant to be seen, even if it wasn't on purpose. I don't know what to say to that, but I keep feeling like I should know. She doesn't either. Still, it feels like there's no momentum to lose even if we keep silent. Like we have some weird, wordless connection that would hold even so. Rin keeps shifting her weight from one foot to the other restlessly, looking everywhere around the room except at me. She is the one who finally breaks the spell. Can we go? I don't want to stay here. Oh yeah, of course. Where? My reply is covering my nervousness as badly as her question is covering hers. You can go wherever you like. I want to sleep. I haven't really slept for a few weeks. It feels like there's a flock of light blue butterflies inside my head. It makes it hard to think properly. The kind that you think is too blue to really exist. Ugh, can I not say that last part, please? She shakes her head, and I almost expect a couple of ultramarine colored morphos to pop out of her ears. A small smile tugs upwards the corners of her mouth. That reminds me. The blue, not that. The word for a flock of butterflies is a swarm. I looked it up. That makes my eyebrow rise into a questioning arch. Why don't you use it then? I like the other word better. Why look it up in the first place then? Then you should use it, right? She nods and falls silent, her gaze escaping mine to the side, attracted by the dark orange sunlight refracting from the windows. We stay like that for a little while, me silently looking at her, silently looking out of the window. Hey, you alright now? She glances at me from the corner of her eye, looking wistful again. The sunlight's reflection doesn't betray any more of her inner feelings. I'll need to think about that. I want to continue this conversation, grasping at those straws that she finally revealed to even exist. But Rin is looking out of the window so absent-mindedly that I know she won't be responsive in any way that would make sense. It's like some kind of defense mechanism of hers to avoid being sensible. Her mind is like a butterfly in itself, always fluttering somewhere away whenever it's stirred. Just when I thought I could see behind her veil, she jumps out of my reach again. Maybe that's just how Rin is. Maybe that's something I should just accept to get some peace of mind. Okay. I'll walk you back to the dorms then. Thanks. Really. Raison d'être. Okay, I'm gonna save right here, because it's been a hot minute. I also need to take some water. We have to be approaching the end. Needed to do that. Okay. The empty hallways of the school, devoid of its students, feel very lonely. Less than 1 hour after the summer vacation began, the building seems to be deserted, and all that intrudes on the stillness of the hallways are our footsteps. The change is sudden, but it shows how the building is just an empty shell, dead without its students and teachers. It's as though the school's become a private world for only the two of us, a desolate place filled with silence and chalk dust. I think I have to change. She says it out of the blue while we walk down the staircase from the 3rd floor, still managing to feel like she is mirroring what I was thinking just before. That's what people must do sometimes. That's the last thing we say to each other that day, even though there would be so much to talk about. And even those words drown in the all-encompassing silence, disappearing into the stagnant air as if they were never said. Oh, I could have just fucking waited. Oh, that's interesting. Alright. We're not gonna stop, but I do need to take a quick bathroom break. So, I'm gonna switch the screen real quick to the, loading. And I'm gonna mute the mic, but I'll be right back within a couple minutes, so, just sit tight. Alright, I'm back. I also have to turn on the heater because it's getting a little bit too cold in here. Alright, back to the game. Thankfully, as I said, we're almost done, so we just gotta get through a little bit more. The first day of summer vacation is a disappointment. I woke up. Water came down from the leaden sky in biblical proportions. I was optimistic at the time. A quick summer shower, I thought. Torrents of rain for a few minutes, then it's gone. No such luck. Rainwater is relentlessly pouring down from the blue-gray sky outside, streaming down the glass of my window in small brooks and rivers and gathering together to form miniature ponds on the walkways. Just like it has done for the past 2.5 hours. So I've been half-acidly cleaning up in between half-acidly reading a book, packing my stuff on the side when I get bored of the first two. The weather drags my spirits pretty down, too, making it harder to do anything properly. Something bumping quite loudly against my door rouses me from my apathy. I hope it's not Kenji and his crazy indoors bowling alley? Motherfucker built a bowling alley in his room, or is this a joke? I hear no more sounds from the corridor until I walk to the door and open it. Rin. I wish seeing her would evoke some more emotion in me. But for one, I'm too surprised that she came to see me, and for two, she is soaking wet. Her uniform shirt is drenched, and she is standing in a self-created puddle. Droplets of rainwater are dripping from her short bangs and sliding down her nose until they fall down from the tip. One by one. Hi. How are you feeling? Medium normal. Hey, there's her theme. The relative questionability of her statement aside, she sure doesn't look too good. You're all wet. It's because I come from the outside. Do you know it? Why'd you be outside? It's raining buckets out there if you haven't noticed. I haven't. It's raining pretty hard, though. I was on a walk. Is this what you call wallowing in self-pity? Do you think I'm pitiful? No, I implied that you think you are. I'm not. And rain is not a sad thing. Don't you ever walk in the rain? I do, but only with proper equipment, like an umbrella. You just need to imagine you have a blue umbrella with white stripes. What is this obsession with a blue and white stripe thing? It might be tough when rain is falling on my head. Just imagine harder. Yeah, she definitely is back to normal. Those half-sarcastic, inconsiderate remarks that really push my buttons, even though she doesn't mean it. That vacant, spaced-out stare that always expects more than it gives. It's so... very much like her. I may need to come in. I need some help with this watering clothes I'm wearing. My brain quickly solves this equation, and I stumble with my words. A stark display of contrast against Rin's easygoing self-invitation. But, Emmy... Rin shakes her head vehemently, causing water to sprinkle everywhere. She left. Besides, she would just worry and fuss until she could not worry or fuss anymore, which always takes a troublesomely long time. It's in fact longer than I want to hear her fussing, and I thought you probably are not the fussing kind. She slumps down on my desk with a squishy sound. Her soaked clothes are making the desk and everything on it wet, but she doesn't care. Okay, fine. I'll help you out. I have a towel somewhere. Do you want dry clothes? Is a uniform fine? I'm taller than you, but... Everything's fine. With a little searching, I find a fresh uniform and a fluffy towel from the depths of my closet. The towel in one hand and the uniform in the other, I turn to face Rin again, uncertain of the next step. There's something wrong with me. A normal guy would just... Stop worrying. It's not a problem. She probably could see right through my hesitant demeanor. As if I was completely transparent to her. I push my anxiety away and concentrate on the 8 buttons lined on her shirt, just like mine has. Only the first button is an obstacle, and after getting it over, I undo the others with slightly less shaking hands. Do I need a sensor? Oh yeah, I need a sensor. I need the sensor. I wasn't sure. Okay, YouTube, don't strike me down for that. It was just a split second. Oh boy, okay. Throwing the soaked shirt aside, I reveal Rin's pale upper body, shrouded only in her light blue brassiere, which instantly reminds me of her saying it's her favorite color. I try not to think too much about stuff. But it's hard not to look at her body with what I can only think of as mixed feelings. I don't know what to think of this, so I just watch her. Rin looks brittle. She's like a shell, a fragile thing just barely holding together. Her ribs, each of them visible under her pale skin, are moving up and down in the rhythm of her breaths. Rin has always struck me as quite thin, but I realize now that the manic creative period before the exhibition opening might have caused her to lose weight. Did she eat properly and enough? Definitely not, and probably not. This ugly yet beautiful bare minimum of a human body that belongs to someone I care about is a contradiction of aesthetics in itself, oddly becoming of her. My eyes follow her collarbone to her shoulder, and down her arm until the abrupt end. No, it's less than the bare minimum, I think with a passing pang of sadness and some guilt for thinking like that. I know what the focus of the convo is, but it just zoomed in on her chest. Her arms, degenerated into almost nothing but bone and skin due to lack of use, look very short now that the long sleeves of her uniform are not covering them. My lack of any negative reaction makes me think that I've actually grown pretty accustomed of the various physical abnormalities of my schoolmates. I always wondered why Rin keeps her shirt sleeves long, only tying them in a simple knot at where the elbow would be. It seems a bit impractical, but then again, she is not exactly the pinnacle of practicality. Maybe she likes it, maybe it's somehow important to her. Maybe there's no deeper meaning to it. I feel like asking, and almost do, but Rin's miserable state requires a higher priority of my attention. She stopped talking, too, after we ran out of spiky greetings. Can I show this? I mean... Can I show this? I'm just thinking of... I mean, because it's not... Well... I don't know! You know, I'm not gonna risk it. I'm not gonna risk it because I don't know if it's gonna flash down again, so... I guess there's no need for chit-chat then. Okay, I can show this. This is fine. Okay. I pick up the towel from the bed and wrap it around her head, rumpling it all over her hair until most of the rainwater is hopefully soaked into the fabric. She peeks from below the towel at me, looking up with impassive eyes. It looks like she wants to say something without saying it. It's that kind of a look. but I can't read what she's thinking about from her face. So I just keep on fussing with the towel around her shoulders and hair. The silence is oppressive, terrifying. Communication between us has suddenly been reduced to the movements of my hands and the towel, and Rin swaying her body to and fro. My jagged breathing and her quiet breaths, trying to find a common rhythm that just is not there. I think I can hear her heartbeats, or maybe they're just mine redoubled. As I brush a rogue strand of hair aside from her ear, Rin suddenly presses her cheek against the back of my hand. The contact is electric, a jolt of current surging through me. Whether she seeks comfort, warmth, or just my touch, I wouldn't know, but I can't help touching her back, caressing her soft cheek with my hand. And with closed eyes, she kisses me, on the fingers, counting the joints with her lips. I'm saddened beyond my expressive capability. Here we are, a boy and girl, both in love or something like that with each other, or maybe not, and yet... something is broken. I can feel it in me and in Ren. In the way our gazes merely brush against each other, shying away from contact. In her closed, timid posture, and in my way of touching her like a china doll, afraid of shattering her delicate form. And how we are closer than we have ever been, yet I'm not feeling happy. It's like yesterday. When did tenderness and forlornness become one and the same word? Acts of affection start invoking only longing. How? Why did we end up like this? No, don't answer that. I'd like to say to myself, but fighting against the omniscience of self-awareness is a lost cause. Still, I'm here, and Rin's here, and it feels like she might be able to solve whatever problems she has. And if she can, why couldn't I? Why couldn't we? It feels like taking that step is too much, too difficult, too uncertain. So for now, all I can do is dry her up so she won't get a cold again. I pet her head, trying to sort out the hair that refuses to be sorted out even when wet. A pair of dark glazed eyes follows my every movement. Pants too? Oh boy. She nods in answer, leans back and spreads her legs, with a grotesquely inviting gesture that makes a nasty feeling crawl up and down my spine like a bad premonition. It's not enough to sober me, though, as the silence is starting to make me feel detached from myself. I move automatically, without thinking, even though I should. I should talk to her about this, or at least about something. The silence is a spell, a pact that has bound us to this private world made of the dull sound of rainfall and the soft feel of her skin against my fingers. The button of her trousers is fastened tight, but it opens surprisingly easy. Slipping them off is hard, mostly because she is sitting on them, with no intention of standing up to ease my task. Okay, this is yeah, and thank God I spoiled. Not spoiled, censored. Because I was like, there's gonna be another something I have to censor again soon! Okay. Here we go. I remember this scene if only because, I was like, oh, I did not know you could do it like that. I will say, she's very skinny. I kneel down uncomfortably and titillatingly between her fingers, her legs, between her legs so I can quickly dry her bare feet, remembering that they are as important to her as hands are to me. As I work the towel up from her ankles, Ren brushes her thigh against my cheek and nudges the small of my back with her heel to make me come closer. I look up to meet her silent stare that was waiting for me to look up. That unassuming, expectant stare seems to say that the ball is in my court. I fleetingly brush my hand against her inner thigh. The touch makes her gasp sharply, as if she was trying to hold back breathing. What if I do this then? The small kiss I place on her thigh is enough to make Rin lose her composure, to shut her eyes, to squeal almost inaudibly. Is that what you want too? Would it be alright now? To take this step? What if... Maybe if... Camera is going down to her lower area. Hazy thoughts float somewhere in the back of my unfocused mind. Somehow, this whole situation is making it hard to think, as if my head was full of cotton fluff. But that's alright. It seems thinking is not something we need right now. And the underwear is off. By the grace of vastly smaller... By the grace of vastly smaller amount of fabric, slipping off Rin's panties is considerably easier than her trousers. They disappeared past my field of vision, sliding somewhere away down her legs. It seems I did a poor job with the towel, since Rin's legs are still wet from the rain. Well, whatever. Okay. Well, so the last scene had Hisao playing with Rin with his hand, his fingers. Now we have this scene where Hisao is playing with Rin with his mouth. Guided by instinct more than rationality, I move closer and taste the different kind of wetness. Oh boy. She responds to me, to the slow movements of my tongue on her skin, to my kisses on her flesh. Her muscles tense and relax in the rhythm, as if what I am doing was uncomfortable. To hear Rin trying not to make a sound when I Okay. Oh boy. Okay. To hear Rin trying not to make a sound when I suck on her is unreal. This whole morning has been so unreal, like the surreal intangibility of an awakening dream. I can't believe I'm doing this, to her, now. But I'm going with the flow. Besides, the point of no return was 1,000 miles ago! Okay? I move around, try to do things to her, to find the places where her weakness lies, to tease her, to drive her mad with pleasure because I want to. I want to do this to her. But she doesn't squeal. She doesn't squirm. For maybe I can't make Rin any madder than she already is, whatever I do. Her ragged, heavy breathing mixed with unintelligible moans is that of a lunatic, but I do not cause it. I only release that from her. Yeah, that's a sentence. She becomes more and more moist, and I drink from her, feeling a heat growing inside myself. I try to reach her deepest places, to feel all of her I can this way. My every action is met with a different reaction, but all of those are out of pure lust. Rin is lost in desire, willing to let anything happen to her if I do it right now. She becomes closer and closer to the moment of release, but the way to that is an uphill slope of madness. Still, she is going that way. The muscles don't relax anymore between the waves of ecstatic spasms. Rin just becomes tenser and tenser, contracting so much that it must be physically painful, but I do not let go. I keep going, and I know she wants it too. She desperately wants me to do this to her. A leg curls around my shoulders and draws me closer, so close that I think that I'm going to choke. I keep going because it's the only possibility. As I push the button that drives her into gasping for breath, locking her leg into a cramp against my back, losing her mind in the sensation, at that precise moment I seem to forget all that was meant to be, all that should be. All I know is that she came here and... I think there was a towel at some point too. None of it matters. All that matters is this, what we have now. Her orgasm surges through me too, exciting me in a completely new way. It makes me feel anxious, nervous, bothered. As her body relaxes, I try to kiss her down there again, but it startles her, causing her to jump. She says, "No, Hisao, enough. Come here." I stand up to remove the last piece of clothing Rin has. She leans against me to catch her breath, tickling me with warm air exhaled into my shirt. By the way, there's nothing explicit showing right now, but I'm keeping the censor up because I don't know what's gonna happen next. Blindly, I reach behind her back to feel my way below her shoulder blades, to find the contraption that fastens her bra. You mean the hooks? It opens more easily than I thought, falling to the floor somewhere. Can I show this? I mean, there's nothing explicit showing. Also, what is this song? I mean, there's nothing explicit showing. I think I can get away with it. But I'm gonna keep my mouse covered on the censor bar just in case. Her bare skin against me is a sensation so wonderful that I want to have more of it. And I do, embracing her. Rin's hair smells of rain, and I realize that I'm not hearing the sound of rainfall anymore. It's a sobering thing. The cushion that enveloped us into a reality of our own is now gone, and I realize more clearly what is happening. You know, this really is not what friends should be doing. I whisper, once again noticing how such a simple matter as talking can be overbearingly difficult at times. Will you stop being my friend? Wait a minute, will you stop being my friend? That wasn't what I meant, but her serious tone and the layers of connotations behind Rin's question give me pause. Nah. I think it might be alright, even if you did. I hug her and smile into her hair, understanding Rin perfectly for once. You're wet. The remnants of water on her skin have drained into my shirt. Somehow, even her statements of the obvious make me glad right now. You're right. I am. But that's your fault. I want to see you. And, okay, now we're getting the next step. I comply, standing back to open the buttons of my shirt, much more quickly than when I undid Rin's buttons. A sudden sense of haste strikes me, spurring me to rush forward. Every second I'm not touching Rin is a second wasted, a chance lost. My belt buckle proves an obstacle despite my ability to open it in an eye blink under normal circumstances. While I fumble with it, I don't notice Rin bringing her foot up between us until she starts tracing my chest with her toe. I look down to see what she's looking at. My heart. I reflexively flinch back, covering the scar tissue in the middle of my chest. The shallow mark that the surgery following my heart attack left on my body is healed already, but... well, it's not a particularly pretty sight, if not overly repulsive either. It's barely noticeable, but she does have an eye for detail. Is this why she said she wanted to see me? I had sort of forgotten about this because of all this mess with Rin, but now all the unpleasant things connected to my conditions surface at once, rushing through my mind like a flash flood. And oh god, all the stories about old guys getting heart attacks when having sex. What if... Hisao. Realizing that I might have just spoiled the mood, I stumbled to explain myself. Sorry, it's just that... Let me touch you. Her eyes are sultry, inviting as she sits there bare naked without an inkling of shame. I never thought Rin could look like that. Okay, I was like, I'm getting ready for the censor! Yeah, I know this is not how it should go. Even though Rin is right here, even though there should be no more questions, no obstacles, not this maddening feeling that something is constantly wrong. The same feeling that clutched my heart yesterday makes its appearance. We're together. In a way that is difficult to define, it eludes description as stubbornly as it evades change. Would a relationship like this be alright? Could we ever change to become closer? Even though we would stay together for all of eternity, we might never find our mutual understanding. But there is no such thing as eternity. This may mean that we'll not be together forever. If not our differences, then the flow of time will pull us apart with irresistible force. Rin is a creature of the moment, of whim and of impulse. I am nothing of the sort. This is a fact that I can understand very clearly. If for no other reason, for this reason I should grasp this moment. Even if it's the only moment we will ever have, I should not let myself spoil it. Even if I can't escape myself. Rin can't either. I know it now. We both have things we can't let go. Things we can't not think. Feelings we can't not feel. But she allows herself to want me without any restraint. Here and now. I'm sorry, you know. Hisao, you really have to stop worrying. Rin interrupts me before I get further, which is good because I don't know what I could have said. Her voice, void of its usual spaciness, scolds me softly, without an edge. You really have to learn to let go. She scans me calmly, almost calculatingly. I wonder what I look like through her eyes. Damn, they're so green it almost hurts. I always was so enchanted by her eyes. Those mysterious, captivating eyes that always were too restless for their own good. But I was also always intimidated by them. Yeah, Rin is intimidating, on more than one level and especially right now. She is frighteningly lucid, the goosebumps on her skin giving away that she is cold, or scared too. Either way, I steel myself and step back to Rin, embracing her to feel her in my arms again and to banish my doubts. The sight of her gentle, loving eyes seems to melt those doubts away like the last snow of winter. Just in case. Yeah, I was like, oh, this doesn't look bad. Nope, there's a nipple showing. I will say, though, I wish I could show this. The art actually looks really good for this. Like, it looks really nice. It's sweet. She presses her head against my shoulder, seeking a place to rest herself in, leaning against me like I lean against her. Let go. Yes. You should forget about stuff like future and past. It's not like you can change those kinds of things. I wanted to say something to her, but I've lost my voice, so I just mumble something unintelligible at her. You should just be with me now. Maybe she understood what I wanted to say, even if I didn't. Come here. I am here. Come closer. My entire body is thinking only in positives now, so I do, hugging her more tightly. Closer. Oh boy. I press my lower body against hers. She tenses a little. Just a little. Closer. Her final plead is more like a prayer. There is only one way to be any closer than this. Can I drop the sensor? I don't know. Oh boy, here we go. I reach down between us and guide myself, sinking myself into her. Every muscle in Rin's body stiffens at the same time. She doesn't say anything, or wince, so I push deeper, eventually moving out. And again, and she moves with me. Our movements melt together into one continuous string of back and forth, in and out. All sensations become sharper, amplified tenfold. My brain gave up interpreting all this stimulation ages ago, and now I'm left with no choice but to feel all of this with my entire body. It's like that for Rin too, I know it. I can see it. I can feel it. She breathes sharply in and out, losing all composure and grace, breathes warmly against my shoulder. Between those fragile breaths, she somehow kisses me tenderly, gently, as if she was unsure how to do it properly. But there is no hesitation. Desperately clinging to me, drawing me closer so that I can fill all of her, she moves against me, around me so that it's hard to say where I stop and she begins. We take it slowly, excruciatingly slowly, as if we had all the time in the world even though we have only this moment and nothing beyond that. That feeling is... Wait. I stop moving, slightly alarmed. Maybe it hurts or... She looks at me in a way that I can't really begin to interpret. Is this it? Huh? You said I don't have to be alone. Her eyes are full of an innocent, fuzzy-headed confusion that makes me chuckle a little and pet the back of her head. Yeah, this is what I meant. That you have someone you can come to when you get soaked in a rain. It means you're not alone. If there is such a person for you. She answers with a kiss, reminding me that we have stopped moving for no real reason. So we start from the top, almost at the same time, each mirroring the rhythm of the other. I move faster, faster in and out of her, my sweat mixing with hers, glistening on our shared skin like diamonds and pearls. Sinnoh reference? Like, I'm not crazy, right? Like, diamonds and pearls! She moves faster, grinding herself against me in the throes of our desire. The intoxicating scent of her lust, the mind-blanking feeling that connects our bodies, the sense of all rational thought draining from my mind. All those burn my consciousness just like the compelling feeling in my body burns my instincts. As those feelings grow, Rin makes no signs of stopping. She curls her feet behind my lower back, forcing me to drive myself inside her as deep as physically possible, each millimeter sending waves through my spine. My mind blacks out as the world erupts into a flash of bright white blindness. Present! Are we safe? Oh. Present. I think we're good. I don't know, though. present is a fleeting and vague concept at best. The moment between the past and the future, that doesn't really mean anything. Thinking too much about things that don't make sense is a waste of time. That's why living through the present is always the best option. Besides, for us who can't foresee the future and who forget the past too easily, present is really the only proof of our existence. Even though existence will go on, even if you forget about it for a while, it's good to seize the day at least every once in a while. That way, you can confirm that you are, in fact, alive. Proof of existence, huh? Sorry. Whew. Alright. I don't like that sentence word, so I'm keeping my hand on the sensor just in case. I'm pretty sure that the girl who is standing there half naked, staring out of the window of my room, has a much better grasp of present than I do. Oh, whoops. As for me, well, right now I'm somewhat confused by my present state, since I should try to locate my shirt and not stare at Rin's butt. But I just can't stop looking at her. Okay, no, we're good. I was like, oh god, please don't be naked. I will cry if I do. She is so close to the glass that her nose is probably going to leave a mark. At least her breathing does, when it condenses on the rain-cooled window glass before quickly disappearing again. My shuffling around to get dressed doesn't rouse Rin from her contemplation, which is fine, really. I don't mind the silences as much as I used to. Only after I'm almost finished with buttoning up my shirt does Rin say something, still without turning to look at me. Let's go somewhere. Where? I can only assume she is inviting me, and not the windowsill, but it's a fair guess. I know. What? Help me get dressed. I think today is the day. Come on, clothes. Clothes. What an impatient tone. I crouched down to pick up her bra from the floor where it had fallen, discarded in the haste of undressing and forgotten there. Hanging it from between my fingers like a dead fish. The same hesitation that grasped me when I was undressing Rin is creeping inside my head again. Is intimacy really something this difficult for me to handle? I think it's only on this route, Hisao. Like, I've seen you handle intimacy in the other ones. Not that bad. Come on, you got it off just fine. This is the same, but the other way around. It's like talking backwards. Yesestata but drasmis. What? Perplexed by her sudden and prodigious display of mental processing capacity, I forget to attempt reversing her gibberish back. I'm pretty sure I couldn't switch to talking backwards that fluidly, even with some practice. Could you repeat that? Yesai tub drasmis. Seems hard, but it's easy. Got it. Fine. I'll give it a try. Rin was right. The locking mechanism is simple enough, and I get the little plastic hooks right on the third attempt. There. Titsuja ult eva uo1. Now you have to adjust it. What? Please stop that. I don't speak backwardese. She shakes her head as if needing to banish the backwards way of thinking with a physical gesture. I know a few people who could benefit from that kind of ability. I got stuck. Now you have to adjust it. Adjust? That's what I said. No, I asked what you meant. You know, so that they're fine. God. Hello, new viewer. Hello, new viewer. We're just getting to the end of this round. I know it's awkward. Oh. Fine, you say? Yes, listen, I have to do this a lot when I have to put on bras. You have to adjust them. As I have no idea when her breasts are supposed to be fine, I end up fumbling around her chest for a good while without really getting anywhere. Not that I would complain, but Rin does. Emmy is better than... Emmy is better than you at this. Her impatient tone ticks me off, even though I can't really disagree. Rin suddenly seems to be in an awful hurry. Yeah, well, excuse me, could that be because she is a girl and can actually relate? I don't think so. She has just about as much chest as you do! That is so mean! Also, excuse you, I did play through her route. She's got a bigger chest than me! That was so mean! That was so mean! That's so fucked up! Anyway, I think we're good now. I don't need to pull up the sensor anymore. Holy shit! That was so mean! With her bra and breasts eventually fine as they should, the rest of her clothes are considerably easier to put on. Rin launches towards the door, even though her shirt is not even buttoned up all the way yet. Left with little choice, I run after her. As soon as I realize that we're heading for the side entrance leading to the forest, I think I know where Rin wanted to go, although I couldn't say why'd she want to go there. Then again, I can't really assume my guess is to be anywhere near correct when Rin is concerned, not even for a quite generous definition of correct. The forest behind the walls smells of rain. The last raindrops are still dripping from the wet undergrowth into the earth, despite the rain being gone for a while already. We stroll along with an unhurried pace that Rin sets, giving me time to take in the calming atmosphere. I think I can hear Rin saying hello to at least 3 different trees while she walks past them, but I ignore it, just like the trees do. She leads me to the narrow side path leading up to the hilltops, as I guessed. I peek through the canopy trying to find a rainbow, but there doesn't seem to be one. It's perfect weather for rainbows. The sun is shining low, and rain has passed not too long ago. Well, whatever. I lower my eyes from the treetops to see the gaunt back of the girl who is climbing up the hill slowly, without losing her balance. A few steps ahead of me on the path, but still within my reach. I don't think I could ever reach a rainbow, but reaching Rin? It seems less impossible than it used to seem. The clear sky greeting us from above the meadows clearing seems vast and beautiful. A strong wind is hurting the rain clouds away from the town, to the other side of the mountains in the distance. The sight is pretty, but... Oh. A speck of white flies past the edge of my peripheral vision, but when I turn to look, it's already gone. Another follows, then a third. Before I realize it, dozens of almost invisible small tufts of white are flying all around us. Look, the flowers. Ah, I see it now. The sea of dandelions that covered the hilltop on our last visit has changed over the days. Where there was bright yellow before, there is now fluffy white. Some of the flowers have already shed their seeds, but many are still waiting for a suitable gust of wind. Today, those gusts are not in short demand. Every now and then, they shake the grass thoroughly, and suddenly the air is thick with dandelion seeds. One by one, the seeds separate from the flower heads and are lifted away. A commonplace event, but one that seems to fascinate Rin for some reason. She's turning her head from side to side, marveling at the change happening all around her as the seeds fly away. I watch them too, following the white tufts floating with the wind towards the horizon, and imagine that I can see them even after they disappear from my sight. Hisao. What is it? Do you love me? I snap to attention, to meet her suddenly very serious face that is not looking only at the flowers anymore. What a tough question, asked just like that, out of the blue. Still, her bluntness compels me to answer rapidly. I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe too rapidly. What does that mean? I don't know. Rin sighs. Rin sighs, perhaps unhappy with my wishy-washy answer. I would be too. Me neither. I don't think I know much about love. It's fine, isn't it? How should I know? The shrug of her shoulders seems to say, hesitating to give a firmer answer. She stays silent for only a second too long, but even that second isn't long enough for me to think ahead. I love you. Those 3 words freeze me in place like a rabbit staring into headlights. But I'm not a rabbit, and I'm just staring into Rin's eyes that seem far, far too impassive for what she just let out of her mouth. Rin looks pretty serious, though, until she sticks out her tongue, frowns a little, and confuses me even more than her words did. Why does she look mildly unhappy? Was it a confession of her deepest feelings? A test to see how I would react? A test to see how she would react? It tastes weird. Tastes? Really? Sorry, I felt a sneeze coming on and I was like, okay, gotta step away from the mic. Nope, it didn't happen. Yeah, so weird. She laughs, maybe nervously or so I want to think, but stops midway when she notices how strange it sounds. Like, I don't know what, I don't think there's a word for this. Rin keeps on talking as though there was no meaning behind her words, steady and careless words dropping from the same tongue that formed the more important ones. A word for, except, it's like, she can't find the words. Rin just keeps staring at me, stumbling with her words as if her brain suddenly ground to a halt. She looks awfully confused, much like how I feel right now as I wait for her to explain. But she doesn't. She just blinks a few times, the flutter of her long lashes catching my fancy because she looks like she's petrified otherwise. Until I realize what they are fighting against. It's those weird tears again, not associated with sadness or happiness, not pitiable sobbing or laughter, nor laughter of joy. Just tears, spontaneously and without a warning, like that one time in her classroom. Just a few of them, Not enough to make a fuss about, so Rin doesn't make a move to hide them even after noticing. Rin cries, looking like she has no idea why, and somehow a great uneasiness grows in my chest when I look into her watery eyes that stare right back at me. It petrifies me too, the shock of the incomprehensibility of this situation. I just don't know what is happening anymore. Ren? What's wrong? She shakes her head in confusion, stumbling to get the words out of her mouth.
Sorry. I might be a little afraid of you.
The words are muttered slowly, with a small voice that is as disbelieving of what it's saying as I am. What? Why?
I don't know. Saying that just made me feel like that. People cry when they're afraid, right? See? I can do it too.
She's averting her gaze now, deliberately not looking at me. It bewilders me, at least as much as what she is saying.
I sometimes, with you, want to run away so badly, but I can't move. It's like my legs turn into lemon panna cotta pudding and my heart feels like it's going to explode, and...
She slumps her shoulders melancholically.
Has a thing like this ever happened to you?
I remember the leaden sky above the frozen forest, and the sound of the leafless branches clacking against each other. It's like a memory from another life. Yeah, once. My heart hurt a lot back then, too.
But I thought your thing wasn't contagious.
I shake my head, and a tiny, slightly forced smile rises on my lips. The other ailment of my heart could very well be contagious, and I wouldn't care a bit. What are you afraid of? I never thought I was scary. Ren shakes her head desperately, as if knowing that the tangle inside her mind won't be undone with just that.
You make me feel that I should be someone else than me. It's a scary thing. It happens when you're being nice to me, like yesterday. I never know what to do at times like that. It's hard.
Her voice is barely audible, a whispered admission of something that is too embarrassing to even think, not to mention to say aloud. Rin has never been one to be embarrassed, so she does utter it aloud, only timidly as if by instinct.
But I want to do something. But I don't know if this me can.
For a moment, we just stare at each other as if waiting for the other to say something. You're so stupid. Rin's lips taste salty and scared against mine. As I grasp her into an embrace, I feel my heart thumping in my chest painfully. Even though I'm glad that she can say things like that, they make me sad after all. Rin's spirit, her passion, her strength, all those things that I hold dear are the ones I don't want to change. How should I treat them? Where are they headed to? Is that future irrevocably different from mine? That anxiety will never lose its grip on my heart, but I think I can learn to live with it. Slowly, the pain in my heart dies out, and it settles into the same rhythm as Rin's. We listen to that for some time. After our lips break apart, it takes a while for either of us to realize that we can say something now.
See? You're a really kind person, even when you're not. It's the most scariest thing ever. I think that all I was ever afraid of is your kindness.
Is it bad? Even if you're afraid? She thinks about this for a while, furrowing her brows though this was some kind of hard math problem.
No, I'm alright with it. It's fine, if it's you.
Like a weight lifted from my chest, her words elate my heart, filling it with, I don't know, happiness? What else could it be? This time, my smile is genuine. Rin steps back, still smiling gently at me like I do at her. While she wipes her face on her shoulder, I pick up a round, plump dandelion clock and bring it to my pursed lips. They spread out into the wind that picks them up to carry them to a new home. To think, only a few short weeks ago they were so different. This is change. Hey, so the flowers became what they were meant to become, like you said the last time. What about you? Did you become a true artist? Or did you not because you ran away? She pauses for a while to ponder my question, and shrugs her shoulders. It almost makes me laugh. The carefree easiness of her gesture is a lovely thing, a sign of how Rin can, truly and really, without any restraints whatsoever, shed the entire weight of the world from her shoulders, so should she will so. She is, in every possible, and probably a few impossible ways, free. And I think I might love her for that. I don't think it matters. Let's just watch the clouds for today. I promise we're almost there, guys. She takes 5 steps to climb on a large rock, so she can rise as high as it's possible here, and stands on tiptoes. When you reach for the clouds, every inch counts. Sure, let's watch the clouds. It's good to do something you really want to do, every now and then. Yeah, you're probably right. I glance upwards at the blue sky opening high above us. It's a deep, cerulean vastness that spreads to fill my entire field of vision and beyond. Yet Rin stays on her rock, peering at the distant horizon, where the rain clouds are drifting farther away from us. I've decided something. That dreaming voice of hers, spoken to the wind that carries it to my ears, is lacking resolve and tone, but is full of it in meaning. It's all right to be me after all. It's all right. Her decisions always seem to be pretty far out. Well, I suppose that is an important realization. Coming to terms with oneself, accepting yourself, being fine with what you are. A simple resolution of heart that for some people is overbearingly hard to do, if not impossible. I do realize well enough that I might also be one of those people. Rin too. Maybe we're not that different after all. Maybe to accept someone else, you must first accept yourself. Maybe that is a necessary step, which we didn't take until now. Looking at her standing on that rock, I believe that she can find whatever she is looking for. And so can I. The wind catches her hair and clothes, and Rin spreads her short arms into an embrace that is so very, very tiny, but as wide as she can ever do. For a moment, it looks like she herself might take flight, and I have to hold myself back to not reach for her shoulder, to not drag her back to me. But this picture is something I can only watch. It is something for me to remember. Rin's sleeves are flapping freely in the wind, her hair wildly tousled by it, her skin touched by the setting sun. Her sleek form that I've come to adore is quivering in the cool wind that carries the small white specks past her, each a beginning of a new flower. All of that is engraved inside my heart. Like those tiny seeds scattered into the wind, I'm sure that Rin too can take her place in this world without the need to create her own inside of it. Maybe she believes it too, and standing as close to heaven as possible, she's giving the world a big hug. To me, it seems like the entire world really could fit there, between those small arms of hers, inside of her all-encompassing embrace. Hisao? She looks at me in the same way she calls my name, carelessly over her shoulder with a strange happiness in her voice and in her eyes. I gaze into those mysterious dark eyes that are curiously twinkling from below her auburn hair. Although I'm too far from her to see it, I'm sure they're reflecting my image. What is it? What's the word for when it feels inside your heart that everything in the world is all right? Credits. Get to see all the lovely concept art. They really had to do her dirty like that. Wow, y'all. Patch, 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 patch. I will say, holy shit, why is Rin's route so fucking angsty? Like, holy. $77! Let's go. Oh, and this is her bad. Okay, that's her neutral ending. Where's her bad ending? Is this it? Holy. Why was Rin's route so fucking angsty? Like, holy shit. Well, we finally made it. I'm actually curious. 9.5, probably close to 10.5. So it ended up being longer than Emi's route, but still shorter than Shizune. Cool. Can I get... Let's see, that's Shizune. I just wanted to see the Rin stuff. Wow. Hey, look, a full page. And this is probably Lily's stuff. Hanako. Emi. Shizune. Yeah, okay. By the way, we still don't have that last song. I know exactly what it is. We're only gonna see it in Lily's route. Man. I will say, my throat is dying. But yeah, I also can't believe we're almost close to finishing this. Like, We just have Lily's, and this is probably gonna be hers right here. You know what's okay? You know what's funny is that like is that I think if I remember correctly, there is also some like discourse about Rin's route, and I think it's mainly because of the fact that like I think it's because a lot of people grow frustrated with it because I did see that like Rin's route is the one that has the most choices. But I think it's also because, like, it can be a bit, like, it can be a bit hard to understand what it is. But from what I've gathered, essentially, like, Rin's whole thing is that she wants to be understood. And because as she says, like, she uses painting as a way to express herself. But the problem is that the problem is obviously, like, the things that she paints are abstract. And it's like, well, how can you expect somebody to understand you through that when they can barely understand what the fuck is going on the page, right? But regardless, like, she wants someone to understand her because, she can barely understand herself, and it does seem like at the very least at the ending, right, that, like, Hisao and Rin, like, they basically have come to accept that they are probably never going to understand each other completely. And that's okay. Like, I remember, I was saying this before, but, the thing is, like, there's a lot of things, like, and I'm not gonna talk about just romantic love, just love in general, where it's like, I think there's a lot of things that, like, I'm of the perspective or the belief that, like, I don't think you can ever truly understand somebody, like, not completely, because there's so many, because we can do so many things. We think in so many different ways. Like, humans are hard to understand because we can be so complex and multifaceted and such. And and obviously, and obviously each individual's experiences are not going to be one-to-one the same with other people, right? There's a lot of things about people that I don't understand, But ultimately what it comes down to is, like, yeah, you may not be able to completely understand you may not be able to completely understand someone, but that doesn't mean it stops you from caring about them or loving them in any way. Like, the thing, I think what ultimately happens is, like, you accept them. Like, I guess a good way to put it is, like, I don't need you to understand me, I just want you to accept me. And I think for Rin and Hisao, like, they accept that, like, we're never going to be able to completely understand each other, but that's okay, because we love each other. And, and Rin has accepted that, like, Rin has accepted herself for who she is. And she feels at peace with herself, which is good. Which is good. I will say, though, something I did notice was that it feels like Rin's route was definitely written with a lot more creatively as opposed to the other routes. Like, I've noticed that, like, maybe it's just because I'm a writer myself, but I noticed that like a lot of that, but I noticed that Rin's route is written much more like there's a lot more like descriptions and metaphors sprinkled in in the narration as opposed to all the other routes, where I feel like those were a little bit more those were written more straightforwardly, if that makes sense. Like, literally as opposed to figuratively. And honestly, I actually really like that. That's like, that the narration would probably, like, match that, considering we're on Rin's route, who's an artist. You know, like, of course the narration would get spicy, get a little bit more spiced up in the creative route. But, anyway, yeah, I think Rin's route is fine. It definitely has a lot more angst to it than I thought there would be. Like, I know a lot of people consider Hanako's, route to be angsty. But, I don't know, I mean, Rin's is pretty up there. I mean, Emmy's is up there, too. I don't know, I guess, like, the thing is, like, I'm measuring the angst by, like, just how uncomfortable I get. And Rin's route was definitely the most uncomfortable I felt, just because, like, oh, these are some, like, uncomfy conversations we're having here. You know, as opposed to Hanako and Emmy, where, you know, I mean, yeah, we're talking about about the trauma from their respective backstories, but you kind of expect that. But with Rin, it's like, oh my god, so much shit is happening. But anyway, yeah, we've only got one more path left, and it's Lily. Which is honestly kind of fitting. You know, like, if you've played through Lily's route, like, you'll know why, but it's pretty fitting that, like, she would be the last one on this whole journey we found ourselves in. Gonna be interesting. But, yeah. I do wonder what would happen if, like, we got all of this filled up. I don't know. Okay. 1:30. Man, I did not think we were gonna finish it today. I did not think we were gonna finish this tonight. Like, I genuinely thought, like, oh, we're probably gonna get through a lot more of this. We're gonna get through a lot more of this and probably have a short-ass stream. Next time. But hey, I'm glad we finished it tonight. I will say, though, I wasn't expecting it to take this long to get to the ending. Especially since we had, like, 3 scenes in a row that all took place in the same day. Okay. Currently trying to get everything set up. Man, I really wish I had taken my vocal warm-ups. I wish I'd had vocal warm-ups today, because my throat is killing me. Like, I genuinely think I could have done a better job with voicing all this, as opposed to, you know, before. But, man, I will say, we had a lot of new people coming in today. Like, that was interesting. Oh, right. I gotta take that off. Oopsie. But yeah, like, we had a lot of new people coming in today. I just hope y'all did not feel uncomfortable with me reading the sex scenes. I will say, I think, like, I will say, I think it was only, like, the first scene that I was like, oh god, how do I say all this? I mean, the second scene, I think, was a lot more comfortable. But yeah, I said this before, we're not gonna be able to get to Lily's route until next year, because I always like for there to be a little bit of time between each route. Maybe a year is a little too much, but it was what works for me. But yeah, it's gonna be fun going through Lily's route. Especially because, there's some things that are gonna be very interesting to, go through when we get there. But, I guess now we move on, but I guess, like, now, what's gonna be the next thing you do? Are you gonna go back to Steins Gate? And it's like, here's the thing. I genuinely believe that, like, oh, we're not gonna finish Rin's route until, like, probably 2 weeks from now. So I was, like, gearing up for that. But now that we aren't, I think, here's the thing. I don't want to go back to Steins Gate, like, in 2 weeks because, you know, we're only going to get a little bit further into the story there, right? And then I have to take off and then I have to put it on break, then I have to put it back on then I have to put it back on the back burner for at least a couple months. Because, as I talked about, April and May are both going to be, Pokemon tier list streams, you know, since April is Autism Month, which, you know, I am part of that, and May is my birth month. You know, and it's like I always like to celebrate with Pokemon stuff. So I will say though, that does mean that's like, oh, we have June, July, August, right? Blah blah blah. But I will say, I don't think I'm gonna go back to Steins Gate for a while. Like, April, May are definitely out. I have ideas for what I'm gonna do in June, considering that's Pride Month. And I want to play more games that are queer as fuck. I mean, we definitely need to, considering I play Katawa Shoujo, which is painfully straight. But, yeah, we got that. July, I think, is probably gonna be the Reddit streams I said I was gonna do earlier in the year. But I do think that, August, at the very least, we'll be going back to Steins Gate in August. At least for a little bit, because, September is definitely gonna be, Undertale Yellow, because I do need to finish that game. I need to finish it. And then I gotta figure something out for October, but at the very least, Steins Gate will be fully back from November till probably February, so. At the very least, there's that. But yeah, unfortunately, Steins Gate is gonna be going on a bit of a, break for a few months. Actually, I mean, it went on break, last month in February, so. How many months will that take until, like, August? February, March, April, May, June, July. Oh, 6 months? Yikes. I mean, then again, Steins Gate is a long-ass fucking game. I mean, y'all can probably, like, go without it for a little bit. Because as I said at the beginning of that playthrough, you know, I don't want my channel to be completely, like, Steins Gates. Like, I just don't want it to be like that. Like, I want to show that, like, you know, I do play other games in between all this stuff. And I always did count on Steins Gate being, like, my long, you know, like, my long series, so... But I guess that then means, well, what are you gonna do for the next stream? Like, what's, you know, what's gonna be the next couple weeks? Here's the thing, I'm probably gonna take a break. Because here's the thing, up until I started Steins Gate last year, I did not do bi-weekly streams. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. Like, I get tired, you know, after a while. Like, it's one thing for me to, like, you know, do that sort of thing when I know that I'm gonna do it, right? You know, I mean, for October, you know, I tend to play horror games all throughout that month. You know, and those are special that like, you know, I will stream like twice a week for that. At least back when I used to have a consistent thing of games. Now I don't. But we'll see about this year, hopefully. You know, Undertale last year was special because that was the 10-year anniversary. And I streamed that game like I have 4 streams for that game in all in the month of September. And then of course we started Steins Gate in November. And since December, I have been doing bi-weekly streams for for 3 months. And I know that may not seem like a lot to you, but it is to me, because I don't do this for a living. I do this as a hobby. And if you notice, I stream for over 4.5 to 5.5 hours. That is a lot. You know, to just be on your ass, essentially, talking and, you know, and having to entertain people. Like, I respect those that do this for a living and have to do it every day. I don't know if I could ever do it, even though I've been tempting, even though I keep telling myself I could probably do it. But yeah, so I think up until April, I'm gonna be taking a little bit of a break. I'm gonna be taking a break. Just to kind of, like, relax a little bit. But at the very least, let me see. When's the first week of April? I thought I clicked it. Okay, so April 12th. That sounds serviceable. Alright, so April 12th. April 12th will be when I stream next, and that will be with part 1 of my tier list ranking for Unova. That's gonna be fun, because I do love Unova as a region. I think and Black and White are my favorite games, my favorite set of games. And I get to talk about it with y'all. But yeah, part 1, because if you're new to this, because I take so fucking long going through, like, all the Pokemon in a dex, I tend to split it up into 2 streams, where I'll cover the first half of a region dex in one stream, and then cover the second half in another, and that's what's gonna end up happening for Unova. And that's gonna be for the month of April. Because, May is gonna be Kalos. I still haven't figured out how I'm gonna do Kalos, considering, you know, Legend ZA. But, I'm pretty sure I'll figure it out by the time we get there. But, yeah, so April 12th, and it's gonna be at the usual time of 8 p.m. CST. And maybe this one won't be, 7 hours long, because that's what ends up happening with the tier list streams. They end up being 6.5 to 7 hours long, because even when I try my damnedest to be as quick as possible with the rankings, they still end up being so long because I just fucking yap. But I don't know, maybe this time will be different. Who knows? Or it could be worse. Who knows? It could be like Kanto all over again. But yeah. I think now is the time to wrap up, because I've been talking for future stuff for over 10 minutes. So, thank you all for joining me. I hope you all enjoyed it. I hope you all for joining me on this stream. I hope you all enjoyed it. As I said, next stream is going to be on the 12th of April at 8 p.m. CST, where I'm going to be going over the first half of the Univadex. You know, ranking each Pokemon in their own tiers that I make myself, because I'm a cheapskate. And you'll see what I mean when we get there. So until then, have a good night, a good rest of the March, honestly. And this is where I'm going to start switching over into caretaker mode. Please stay safe. It is, I feel like the world is getting crazier and crazier every time I fucking stream. Am I a harbinger of destruction, of chaos? No, but that's a joke. But for real, like, take care of yourself. Please look out for each other. You know, find joy in find what little joy you can, like, you know, find what things give you joy. Take, you know, keep yourself safe. Take care of your mental health. And, yeah. Until then, have a good night, everybody.